All righty, I'll call the meeting to order, and I'll ask Mr. Cox to open us with a word of prayer.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing us to gather here today. Thank you for the many blessings that you bestow upon us. Ask that you be with all the board members as we dive into the budget session, and you give us wisdom to make the best decision possible for the community. And thank you for all that you have given us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We used to have a guy, I won't say where we're at, but every time we did the pledge, at the end of it, he'd holler, "Play ball." It would make me so mad I couldn't understand it, you know. I said, "Gosh, you know, show a little respect."
Yeah, that's funny at the end of the
All
pledge.
righty, you wanna get our quorum?
All right, Ms. Chair, good afternoon, exactly, everyone. And, yes, let's go ahead with the attendance. Ms. Bechtold?
Present.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Cookenbook?
Here.
Mr. Cox?
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Booth?
Present.
And Mr. Terman?
Here.
All right. Let the record reflect, all 5 members of the board are present.
Change order.
So,
If you wanna take us on through.
take us out through, okay? And we have a couple of kind of supplemental things that we can keep, so it's kind of where you all would like to go. We have, you all had asked some questions about salary last meeting. So we have that available, since that's kind of an overarching thing. Mr. Chair, if you'd like us to do that first, since it's such a big piece of it, and then go through the rest of the lines.
The only
Thank you.
thing I'd suggest there is,
Sure.
I mean, we need to get it discussed to it a bit. Just don't get bogged down on it and move on through the budget.
Okay.
And just come back to that, because the rest of the budget may determine how much we want to do on that one.
Sure.
I mean, if
We can
that's
do that.
okay with everybody else. You know,
Whatever
just
y'all prefer.
put it out in a nutshell and
Yes, we'd be happy to do that. Yes, thank you. And I will say, while we've been sitting here, Sheriff Craig has also just sent over what you all requested of him day before yesterday, to kind of total his numbers up, so we can. But we just got it. We have not looked at it at all, but just wanted you to know, he did send that over. So those are 2 of the additions that we have, kind of, so trying to follow up on what you asked about last time. So if we can go to the salary, and let's do the example. So if we might, Ms. Chair, so, we kind of had a discussion about steps versus percentages. And Mr. Cox had asked about seeing some, kind of a representative sample and what the difference is. And so maybe I was thinking if we kind of start at this level to help you all understand what the options are, and then we can show you what the money looks like. But one of the things that was a little surprising, candidly, to Kim and myself is we were certainly also of the belief that the step and grade system was going to assist the folks who are closer to the bottom more proportionally than those at the top. But when we actually sat down and pulled some numbers, it turns out the difference, and those are annual change numbers. So the numbers are very, very similar. In fact, I think we gave mine away. Okay. So, are you sending it to me? Excuse me.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to reevaluate that step.
Absolutely.
did you
I went
send it?
home and thought about it, and I agree. I mean, I think it was good for what we did, but it doesn't serve us.
And so, if I might, yes, so we just wanted you to be aware, because the whole step system is with all those none of that is loaded candidly into the Bright system. So every one of those has to be hand keyed, so if it, you know, we are certainly willing to do that, but we wanted to make sure you knew that it doesn't really make that much difference. The people that are listed there are your highest paid county employee, your lowest paid county employee, and then some representative folks in between. Thank you very much, Kim. Sorry
That's okay.
about that. And so you'll see, for example, we had said one step was approximately equal to 2%, and you will see that the difference is really, you know, $2-3 at most.
Right.
And then you all had also, I believe it was Lisa that had mentioned something about 3%. So we went ahead and let you see what those would look like. And then, of course, you'll see the 4%, and the 2 steps is, even at that level, is still extremely close. You know, your difference is generally $10 or less in the course of a year. And then, of course, you all had some discussions about 5% as well. So just wanted to give you an idea about what that looks like. The other piece I would share with you all is, you know, between some of the raises that we've done due to minimum wage and some of the changes at EMS, I will tell you that almost all of your lowest paid employees are solid waste employees. So that person at the bottom there, that is a solid waste employee. So I know some of you had concerns about folks at the bottom, so I wanted to let you know pretty much where they are.
What's the starting pay for solid waste?
It depends if you have a CDL or not. So this person does not have a CDL. So that's why their pay is around $13 an hour.
And they just work the transfer station. Or they
Go
run on
ahead,
the
Kim
truck.
has
Thing is,
more.
that individual presently makes, I believe, $14.90, and they've been a full-time employee of the county since 2008.
So some of the, yeah, and.
That sounds like law enforcement.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Yeah, so as we started digging into this a little bit a little bit deeper yesterday, to Kim's point, several of the folks that are lowest paid are also some of your longest standing employees. So as people have been brought in, they're tending to make more. Now, we've had a couple of times since I've been here even where we've hired somebody new, the steps suggest, the step program suggested the new person makes this. That turns out to be more than the person doing the same job already here. So we've started, whenever that happens, we just automatically been moving that person to match that salary. Because that seems, it's usually less than $1 an hour, and that seems a terrible reason to lose somebody who's been here since, in some cases, for many years. So that's just background information. I don't know if y'all had questions about that, but felt like you needed that as context before we kind of went through the actual cost. Any questions about that? All right, then Kim has done a lot of noodling last night and this morning to get to the costs. And because we have such an unusual, you know, county government buckets of employees is kind of complicated. So that's why the spreadsheet is a little bit complicated. Because you have folks that are just, you know, regular county employees that report up to me and y'all. People like Mark, and then you have constitutional officers who have employees that report to them that are funded by the comp board, but also ones that are funded by the county, but reporting to the constitutional officers. So that makes it a little more challenging. So if I might, Ms. Chair, turn it over to Kim to let her kind of walk through this and answer any questions you might have.
So the first 2 columns that say 3%, 4%, 4% being approximately equivalent to 2 steps. That is a pure county employee wrap-up total, right, as what you see, okay? Meaning that there are 0 comp board assistants or funded, as in like, i.e. the sheriff office and the 2 other comp board employees that work in the offices. So those are pure county employee, zero comp equivalent positions that you guys usually fund. Now, the 5% that you see includes, it's a 5% across the board, non-comp and comp. We have approximately 15 employees that the county funds within a constitutional office. That includes 100% FICA, everything right there.
That 179?
That is correct.
Oh, okay.
That is correct. Now, if you look again, if I can go back to the 3 and the 4%, below the total, $31,152 would be the total contribution that you guys would have to make to bring the 13 employees in the sheriff's office at 5%, and the 2, one in revenue, one in the treasurer office. So 15 total employees at 5% of what you spoke about at last meeting. It equates to $31,152.
And that's not, okay. That's-
Right, that's not included in the pure county, or I think it was referenced like our employees last meeting. So I just wanted to make sure you saw the difference, and then the total, so the 84,000 for 3%, 782, plus the 5% that you were thinking of dedicating or committing to, equals 122,900. So that would be given our county employees 3%, the 5% to the comp board or constitutional office equivalents, and that would be your total. Does that make sense?
And the same thing in the 4%.
And the same thing, yes, sir, thank you, and the same thing in the 4%. The 114 is, if you guys chose to give the county employees a 4% raise, you would then have to add on, if committed to being, if the state said 5%, you wanted to match that to our 15 funded employees, comp, I guess, and funded employees, the 31, and then it would come up to 152,892. Does that, please?
May I, Chairman? Does that mean that 179, 445, 72, the final column in orange, would we have to add 31,100? No. That is the total of
Right.
everybody. Okay.
That's why I tried,
Got
and
it.
Linda helped me to define it a little bit better,
Yeah,
at the
with the
comp and
comp
county
and county.
employee,
Got
yeah.
it.
So that's
Now-
that worst case.
Yeah.
figure.
So, Jerry, if I may ask you, since your archival knowledge about this, when comp, I guess back when the sheriff's office didn't have as many employees, and I guess, Joe, you'll know answers to this, there were only comp positions in that office, correct?
Yes.
Back in the day?
No.
No,
No.
there were, I'm trying to think back then. Was it 3 or 4?
Probably the sheriff, chief deputy, and maybe the investigator was comp.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
And everybody else was non-comp?
'Cause used to, when a sheriff come in, he brought his whole staff with him.
Right,
You know, everybody else left.
right.
And that gradually changed, and as it changed, compensation board picked up more and more. It just depends on how many times the sheriff sued the compensation board.
Yeah.
Oh, the compensation board.
'Cause
That happened a time or two.
So now-
Louis Barber would sue for, if he wanted 3 deputies, he'd sue for 5.
Wow.
And they'd compromise and give him
3.
3. Louis done that for years. That's why
Wow.
he got his
That's how we
built
got
up.
them.
Yeah.
So at 13 now, that's the highest non-comp we've ever had. And I guess it's the luck of the draw when you get hired, whether you are in a
Yeah.
comp position or, right? Isn't that what it amounts to, the
Yeah.
luck of the
Yeah.
draw?
You know, Brian had him for a cop position for about 3 years. Till he got where he wasn't even looking at it, because he didn't figure he was going to get it. And they called him one year and said, "Hey, ain't you gonna fill that cop position we give you?" And he didn't know they had approved it. you know,
Wow.
So you know, compensation board, I mean, they're hard to deal with.
And that, on the employee side of things, that's the whole thing about it. All you know is there's a sheriff's deputy's job available.
Right.
And you get hired for it. Whether they put you into that comp slot or it's the county, so you don't know.
Right.
I mean, you know, but you don't know what it means. You
Well,
just-
see, what could happen too, he could have somebody that leave out of a comp paid position, move someone up out of the one we're paying into that position,
Yeah.
Right.
but he's advertising that position, and,
But lots of times,
and those numbers depend on who sits around this table.
I understand that,
Yeah.
yes.
I have seen times where they would get a officer on a grant.
Right.
It may go
Grant
for,
expires.
yeah, and then they'd move them into a county position,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
It's a game they gotta play with the cop board, you know, so,
And of course, well, and the comp board, my understanding has always been that they allow a certain number per population.
yep.
Right.
And that's where we was still behind for years. Our population just,
Even that section of time when our population jumped 16%, what was it, 1.5 deputies, I think is what they allowed for that jump?
it was a hell of a time finding a half a deputy. I
Yeah, right.
don't know why they do that, you know.
Do y'all know of any places that's, you know, like a 5% ruling or something's came down the road there and they only gave it to the
I was.
the crew that's comp board and then the other ones didn't get it?
Oh,
Y'all
yeah,
know
it
of-
happens all the time.
I mean, do y'all know of any around here that?
What I was gonna say was it wasn't that, I thought that's what you meant. I was talking to a feller that wasn't Carroll County, but another county. They said with that 5%, they're not gonna be able to do it. They just didn't have the money to do it. You know,
I don't think well,
they said they didn't know what they was gonna do because their social services is tapped out. So,
Yeah, I
but
mean.
we're not the
currently
only
right
ones
now-
struggling, but
Yeah, right.
we are in a little better shape than this county, you know.
Yeah, but
well, and
still,
also, don't be
you gotta
surprised,
stay that way.
you know, the General Assembly is doing like this right now.
Yeah, I know.
I have seen in the past where they give say a 3 or 4% for law enforcement, then they say everybody else gets 3% or
Yeah.
2%.
Yeah,
So it's all starting out at that 5, and like you said, that's worst case scenario to impact us and our budget. But don't be surprised if it comes down
That
split.
must have been what that guy was talking about, because he said that what he'd heard was a 3-5.
I've heard
What they-
3-5.
yeah. So, okay,
And I
so,
think y'all had heard from somebody possibly 3%,
Yes.
so. But see, the two sides aren't talking.
so law enforcement gets 3% for everybody else.
Across the board for everybody else is kinda what I'm hearing, but. you
that's
can't-
what this guy was talking about. He lost me in the conversation, which ain't hard to do, but,
But
you know.
we can't go on that. We have to go on the premise of the 5%.
Right.
Well, I'd rather
But-
figure it would have high.
But the Carroll County man said he doesn't know that he can fund everybody in that
No, it
department.
wasn't
at the
Carroll.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it was another county.
Oh.
They in the worst shape.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
Believe it or not, they're in worse shape than Carroll County.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah. They make the front page of the Run-Up Times
But
every
but
so
to
often.
answer
Oh,
your
yeah, I got
question,
We,
in years past,
Gotcha.
we sitting at this table have done a split.
Yeah, we have.
We have done a split. It's not unprecedented. It's not popular, but
I got on a rabbit trail, so.
So if I might real quickly to help you close out the rabbit trail. So I will remind you, I think what the sheriff was talking about was in addition to the 5%, the bringing the two folks up to a floor of 42,000 and $100 per person per year for longevity pay. So just remember that's the entire thing that he's
And that-
been hearing from their
and
association.
is that already in his proposed, the budget
New
he
one?
proposed?
I'm not sure, like I said, we literally just got it.
Oh, okay.
Sitting here.
You gotta
We
go
were on
back
the
and
phone with
review.
him an
Okay.
hour ago.
If I understand right, when I talked to him there, that's what it was going to be. because he told me he's gonna try to get it to us before now, you know, but I think he got tied up on something.
Yeah,
But,
That happens to law enforcement.
yeah, it does, in unexpected moments, yes.
Well, did I misunderstand? But I think the two employees up to the 42 is a directive, not a choice, is it?
I don't think any of those potentially are a choice for
Choice.
people funded by the comp board.
Right.
but the two
Correct.
employees that are not at that are not comp board employees, just
Right.
so you know. And it would be a total of $6,800 additional to bring them equally to 42.
You
To
took
be-
them up, each
Both,
68 votes.
68 both, so 3 and change to bring them, I think it was 30.
And that would
No.
bring them up even with the comp board.
It would bring them up with the,
The new
Starting
floor,
pay.
the starting pay
The new
floor.
floor.
Yeah,
that
he
the
had that
comp
in
board
his.
did.
I think it'd been more than
He
that.
had
He
it in
sure
his.
did.
Yeah.
Still a lot,
We're
but
gonna
I
need
thought
a-
it'd be
We're not
more
the-
than that.
We're not the only one in that boat,
Yeah, I thought it would be more than that, but
because I know one locality that had already said they were raising their starting salary to 40, so they're gonna have to go back and, they gotta go back and regroup.
Ofer Hilton always said you don't have to back up with your calf again.
Yeah.
It's a good world.
So the next one is the sheriff.
Can't do anything with that now.
So, but they still want to go. Well, let's see, so if I might, Ms. Chair, so if we keep going kind of line by line,
Can I ask one more question real quick?
let's,
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Since we're looking at the 5% as the worst case, now that we've got the number, do we want them to go ahead and insert them into this budget so we see what the tail end impact is?
Yeah, that's what I was sort of getting at, you know, a while ago. If we could put it in a nutshell and put it in here and then go through the budget and see where we're at and then come back, maybe highlight it or something.
Color coded in green, maybe, just to kind of say,
Right,
Right.
I like it, I like it.
that's your jacket.
Hot item.
How about hot pink?
Can we do that?
Hot pink, either hot pink or red.
Can we just change
I'm scary, yeah.
2%
Get
number?
our attention.
That's, we have at the bottom. So we're trying to
I
figure out
can do that.
logistically. See, that's why airplane.
Yes.
Just don't crash this thing.
Seriously.
Kim and I have had a lot of discussions about the difference between trying to work on a budget and do accounting. There's like a
Well,
different.
Maybe or for now, go to the end of the budget, you had that line that had the 2%. We just insert the 5% number there.
Yes, that
That
would
on
be.
yours as well? Or just on?
Yeah, we'll put it on there. There's okay. Yes, that seems a really good place if that works for everybody. So we'll change it from 2% for county-only employees in that number to 5% everybody in that number for purposes of discussion.
Right.
Okay.
And put it in your column, your request recommendation column,
You
the
gonna
one
do
that's
it now?
F. Because
All
since
right,
it's
I'm
not,
going out.
it's not approved yet, right? That's,
Right.
this is your,
Right.
your thinking column.
And then when we get ready, whenever we get something ready to go to the public hearing, it'll go back into each individual line then. But
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's not make it simpler
Okay,
than needed.
thank you. So it should be,
So I take it we're supposed to
179,445
back out.
is now represented on your Board of Supervisors tab, the change request tab, all the way at the bottom. And then you want me to change step increase for county employees 2%? I could put a description underneath. I did not highlight it, my apologies. Yes.
so it's gonna need to refresh just a minute.
Hot pink. Or some such color.
Something noticeable.
Could do it teal.
Okay, hold on.
We could have beach focus.
Yeah, I am on beach focus.
Okay.
There you go. Black and blue.
Black and blue.
So it should be updating on your.
It's a long way to the
totaling.
bottom on this thing.
We need to show Joe how to get the Excel. Is he on the Excel part?
No.
All right, Chris, can you
Come
help
on
him
now.
out?
Yeah, hold on.
Hold on, we got it.
Oh, you
All right.
got it.
Now, hit
Oh,
this. Now,
okay.
hit this.
That's what I did.
Now watch. There you
Oh,
go.
okay.
There he goes.
Cooking with fire up there.
Yeah, I forgot one button there.
See it?
See,
179,446.
Yeah.
Step increase for
I
county
rounded
employee,
up.
2%.
Now, so, yes, the county employee 2% would reflect pretty much Dr. Millsap's column. The
Okay,
blue would be the 5% comp and county employees.
right.
mine just needs to.
Good.
You showed up on mine.
179.
Hey, you rounded up?
446.
I did.
That's it, okay.
Yep, now
With
it's-
the
Now I'm
IRS.
in the right.
This is so much fun.
Yeah, tell me.
Oh, yeah.
I went out and the can started to go back in, and I started going places, and I thought, whoa.
Change the travel. That is correct, that's the difference.
That is
So,
correct.
so we just want to make
Check
sure,
this
because
out.
you notice your bottom line there on line 820 has changed, and so it reflects that adding this 5% of 174,000. And then the 50,000 you would put in for the additional 2 polling places and the change that you
I
made in your
still
travel.
didn't get the
So
right
those are all
place.
reflected in that total.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get you off track, but I just thought
No,
if we
no, that was
were gonna
great.
do that, go on and do it. What line are you starting on now?
That's what I was just getting back to.
Okay. Now that
No, I don't
we
think
circled you plumb around the bar.
I didn't do that
Let's see. I think that we had just done the Commonwealth Attorney.
Oh, good. We had just done, would you mind if I went home and did my homework? And, one of the things I found in there that I thought was rather interesting, was there an explanation on line 283?
That's not the Commonwealth Attorney, is it?
Mm-mm. That's the sheriff,
That was the sheriff's security room, courtroom security. Yeah,
which he reflected on.
and I don't remember what it was. Was that in his maintenance and service contracts? I mean, that went up a lot,
Let me see.
$6,650
Yeah, I think he referenced it. Let me, go back.
in his discussions.
Let me see.
That went on for a while. I tried to follow along in my hymnal and follow him with his, with everything that we had there, and I just missed that. I guess I probably should have picked it up. I don't know why I thought it was Commonwealth's attorney. Eric. Just in case you're watching.
I'm looking in the explanation part.
Yeah, that just seemed rather odd.
Courtroom security, was that it?
Yeah, line 283,
Check here.
repairs and maintenance.
There
All right,
we go. All right.
283,
yeah, line 283.
If I may,
maintenance and
Yes.
service. I'm sorry, no, I was just,
Yeah, maintenance and service.
okay,
Maintenance
all
and
right.
services.
Yeah, go ahead.
it says the additional funds are needed to cover the cost of our records management software. When the ransomware hit, this contract was paid up front and is now coming due at a yearly fee. And then he also attached invoices.
Does that, it wouldn't run through our IT director at all? No, okay,
Not them.
got it, okay.
And just as a reflection, I asked a similar question to Lisa, because she has her own as well.
Yeah, I'd
And
seen that too.
They have to.
Right.
All right, so if we're ready to move to the Commonwealth Attorney, 204. So, essentially, no significant changes except for the insurance. Everything is the same. I would note over time, I think that telephone number will probably go down, but I'm not sure how much yet. But.
Yeah, we talked
as I-
about that
Yeah,
Yeah,
specifically,
yes,
purposely.
yes, purposefully.
purposefully. So then you get to line 226, which is the sheriff, and goes on pretty substantially. The challenge, of course, is he's, as you know, just sent something separate. But so what you have before you right now reflects his changes that included expanding animal control and some of those things, but otherwise reflected some of the initial things, so didn't show all the salary increases that you all were just discussing.
Question, when you say expanding animal control, doesn't that fall under animal control though?
Yes. Yes, sorry.
So,
Yeah,
it
but that's
wouldn't-
all.
okay, yeah, all right, just,
Yes, thank you.
yeah, just making sure we're all on the same page. So
Yes.
now we're at 24 full-time positions. And the data entry position we had approved last year, was it? Did we approve that last year or 2 years ago? I think?
Last year or year before.
Yeah, okay.
I will note, there is a little bit of interplay between this portion of the budget and the animal control budget, though, because
Yeah,
he's moving some folks around a little bit as a part of his proposal.
Now, in his 24 full-time, does that include the SORs or SROs, or they're in a different place, aren't they? Okay.
are they?
Yeah, so these are regular deputies. And other, captains and those kind of folks. Any questions?
So where are the SROs
I
listed?
think he has the school personnel program, they're part-time, let me check for sure. Hold, please.
She said, hold on. I gotta hope to the table.
Stand by. Like the little blue thing that spins.
I think it's 229, ain't it? That school personnel
Yeah,
program?
but that's only the, that's only.
No.
That's only bringing that grant position or something up,
Yeah.
which I still didn't fully understand.
I believe that it does include the SRO.
Yeah,
Hmm,
it does.
My,
It does.
my apologies, yes.
it does, okay.
Yeah.
I can't find it anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought
it
It
did.
actually went through the direct to the payroll sheet that I have, and yes,
Right.
it does.
So,
Right.
and that's,
He was requesting another one, is that correct? And that's what the reflective change in that number is? From the current to his request? Current one was 1242, and this is 246.
yeah, that doesn't, no, that doesn't,
That don't compute.
no, because the grant continues and then the 10,780, wasn't it
Unless it-
that?
And again, remember, there's some interplay
Line 229.
with this budget and the animal control budget, because he's moving someone from that's
Right.
animal control to fill a position, and there's some salary differentials in all those moves. So that's maybe part of why.
That
it's
may make a
wide.
difference, it's just,
Yes. And of course, that person, the SR, that last SRO position is currently filled on a part-time basis, so that would be a reduction.
Okay,
So I think all those things
That's
kind
where-
of create a storm.
all right, that answered my question.
Yeah, and so like I said, Brian just sent his update, so we'll go back and look at that, and it should be reflective of all those things.
Maybe we table the rest of the discussion until we get the new
We
figures.
can review it.
Yeah.
Of course, just in looking at the line items, of course, you know, for mental health transport, that's on there is 5,000. I will tell you that is not just for us, but for everyone, a recurring subject of discussion. Not necessarily the price, but how to handle that. So that's
Which line
one
are you
over
on?
time. 230,
And
there's
that,
5,000 in there for mental health transport, and
and when you say everyone, you're meaning all of our neighboring counties?
yes, all of our neighboring counties are really struggling with that.
Yeah.
So candidly, if there was any number that might be just a little low in his budget, it might be that one.
Way low.
So I just want to bring that to your attention. Other changes, really not too much. You know, just as an update, I'll tell you the body cameras are all in use. And the in-car cameras are also being installed or installed. So all that has been taken care of. It's nice that he bought some new furniture because this is his cast off. It's actually part of his desk, part of one of the desks up there. And then, you know, by way of background, you all probably know that, but on line 261, the vast majority of his fleet has now moved to leases
Leases.
through Enterprise,
Yep.
which works pretty well until they hit something. They've been better lately, though. We went through a rash that was kind of challenging, but
Yeah.
if we're, no additional questions right now, then the next one is the Forest Service at line 269. And that's just standing,
It's just a request,
just a request, standing request.
We're lucky on that one.
They rarely ask for any.
Yep.
Yeah, well, and I understand there's been a personnel change again recently, so I think during the time period we were doing that position may not have been filled,
Right.
so. Questions? Next to that is courtroom security, and again, you know, he may have had some changes to this. But mostly the cost changes over the previous year have been driven by doing some of the having all the jurists go across the street. Questions there? Okay, 295 is building inspections, and of course you heard from Mark already. So as you know, we are finally fully staffed in building inspections. And so that includes Tammy and Mark in that line item, and has just the normal stuff that's already been reflected. The change in Mark's salary is already in here from his job move. Mhm.
So if Tammy and Mark, where's Daniel's
Dan's is under maintenance.
maintenance? Okay.
Yes,
Just
even though
making-
they're together.
Understood.
that's- Yeah, so he's essentially in the line item of funding McKinney with him. So
Right.
that's the same spot.
Gotcha, okay.
Even
Just
though
making
really,
sure. Right.
I think we talked at the retreat about when we fold this into your final budget, we would like your permission to move some of the pieces around a little better, and so at that time, like to move that into
Into this, right.
But just to keep it kind of apples to apples over time while you're
Yeah.
deliberating.
Yeah,
That's why
makes
it's like
sense.
it is. The travel and convention education is primarily related to, Mark has to keep up certain certifications and has to go to certain meetings in order to continue to be our certified building official. Books and subscriptions is also related to that code updates and also for Dan's materials. The little new GIS system fee, that was what he was fussing about a little bit when he was in here, that got dropped, but I think that we're good on that. And then, of course, we discussed the vehicles, since there's two of them. And Mark's vehicle is aging, that was the plan. So Dan's driving Mark's old vehicle, and then Mark will be driving the new one. They'd also, we've kept the old truck up there that they used to put up signs, because that's already, even though it's very old, very, very old, fallen apart truck, it's got all the equipment on it to do that, so that's its single purpose. Put up signs.
That's cool.
Must be a farmer too.
Yeah, right, that is a fun. So who's gonna be doing the most now? And please just understand my question. Who's gonna do the most driving?
It kind of depends, honestly. Right now, they're both going out and doing things, sometimes together, sometimes separate. Over time, I think Mark's hope is that Dan would be doing a lot of the inspections for residential and certainly smaller residential basic stuff. And Mark would continue, even after Dan's fully qualified, continue to be the primary one for commercial. But in terms of driving, it's probably very mixed. I don't know if it's gonna be one or the other.
And see, both of them, I guess, on the ENS side, both of them would be in that, whoever's available.
Mm-hmm. And then
So,
also, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead, finish.
No,
finish your thought.
and the only other difference, I guess, would be obviously is since Mark also oversees, all the green box stuff.
Right.
He gets to go drive out to green boxes
Right,
too.
okay.
So,
Yeah, I was just thinking that, is it, are both the vehicles within the building inspector's department? And that maybe it's not just his and his, although it's the department's vehicles, kind of. And so if, Dan has to go somewhere, would he be able to use the newer vehicle rather than the older vehicle? I mean, I'm just kind of, I don't know.
yeah. Well, and they generally leave those here unless Mark's got something very early.
Very early, yeah.
Very early on that end of the county, but for the most part, he comes in at
Yeah,
7
yeah,
most
I
days.
did-
He
I
doesn't
wasn't-
take them home. So.
Yeah, I was not implying
Yeah.
that by any means in that question, and I know that that has been the policy.
I think they can be interchangeable.
Yeah, I guess that's
believe
kind of
that.
what I'm getting
But
at.
the other thing is, from what I gather, is that they also kind of have their own tools and their own things that they
Sure.
utilize, so to transfer that
Right,
back and forth.
I get it.
I mean, just out of,
Sort of like-
civility and respect and title, Mark should
It's
give them
sort of
your-
like patrol cars. Everybody puts it out the way they want it.
Right.
And when somebody else uses it, it just screws everything up.
Yeah, but then
That's it.
anytime, we still don't have it, and Mark has been primarily utilizing the van, the
Right.
quote-unquote Cindy's van.
Yeah, right,
To
Cindy's
allow,
van.
to allow, Dan the pickup truck because of equipment and things of that nature, so I don't think it's that much of an issue.
Right.
Sorry.
Oh, news is top.
News alert.
Apparently, there's a power outage at the mall in Roanoke. That was the important alert.
So we're looking at a significant jump in that department, 27,000.
Which one?
And, yeah,
Building
and,
inspections.
but with that, if I may,
Mhm.
with that, for animal control, we're on?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, still
Building, we're
buildings.
still on building.
But most of that is the salary? Not all of it, but some of it.
Yeah.
It's like
and
going to the
so-
grocery store, you look at these numbers sometimes and you go, how in the world did I spend $150 on 6 items? I mean,
Start looking at the ticket. and
I
looking
know,
in the
yeah, right,
bag.
and you look at the bag, 2 bags, really?
It's actually
You get two bags.
38,000.
Huh?
38,000.
38,000.
38,903.
Yeah, total.
Yes.
Cause it was 151, 130.
For the
Couple bit of
subtotal,
gas.
line 383. And
Oh, yeah, I haven't even gone, I'm just
Okay,
looking at
sorry,
line
you were doing the top
318,
one. Okay.
319, yeah, sorry,
I was going to the bottom.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's mostly the salary.
All right,
Yeah, and again, to clarify
Salary,
further.
insurance, and debt.
yeah, salary,
Yeah.
insurance, and gas,
That's
really.
it.
Yep.
And these are not,
I think we should buy new shoes
changes
for
in, these are not proposed changes in salary, this is what we hired Dan for, and
Yeah.
this is,
You're over 1 year.
what we pay Mark for his expanded duties, and so.
Can't touch it, huh? Is that what you're telling me?
2,200 in gas, yes, thank you.
The other thing is, not overall, the 9,000 for the new year.
Yeah, so if we might, to kind of close the door on that one a little bit. So the changes in compensation, especially for those of you who weren't here, when we moved Mark from just being the building official to having more responsibilities, that was an increase we talked about. And then, when we hired, Tammy, that's actually Tammy, not Dan, when we hired Tammy,
Right.
the market is different now, so that's what it took, and she was very gracious to take the amount she did, given the current market. So then the other piece is the difference in gas and the $9,000 for the
Yeah.
those are the big changes there.
All right.
All right, then the next one looks like is animal control. What did I do there?
322.
Thank you. Where did it go? Oh, it doesn't say animal control anymore.
Yeah, it does, you have to,
Do I have to go over?
no, just move up.
Oh, I have to go over, okay, yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so, apologies, Ms. Chair, if you'd like me to go on.
Go ahead.
So this is a pretty substantial change, in animal control. As you know, right now, they have very limited hours. And I will say they have done a really good job of trying to place more of the animals than they have been able to do before. They've got a very active Facebook presence now, and so when they have dogs that are healthy and everything and not claimed, then they've been trying to get them homed. And that's been very successful. It also means though that they got to feed dogs a little bit more, because there's more dogs. Although I will say my dog would not be happy at $800 a year for his food. He requires more expensive food. So, in looking at this, of course, you all need to make the policy decision about what you want animal control to look like. As you know, for the most part, they focus primarily on dogs. They do come out between them and the deputies, regular deputies, they do come out for agricultural animals. They generally don't deal with game. And cats pretty much end up with the Humane Society. So that's kind of what our division of labor is,
Sounds like
related
a
to
good
animals in
ratio.
Floyd County.
I just wish people out here in the county would learn the difference between animal control and game warden,
Yeah.
you know.
Yep.
So basically, we now have, if this budget goes through, 27 employees in the sheriff's office that are deputies.
Got more than that.
More than that with courtroom security, but 27.
Sure did grow since I started off with 11.
When you started at the,
25.
there were 11, huh?
Are all the animal control, are those fully sworn? Deputies?
That's what he's thinking.
The three are.
Yeah,
Well,
they got,
Now, the part-time doesn't.
Part-time
no,
isn't.
Sarah's
So-
not.
Is she-
No,
Wait a minute, what?
So if we might, so right now, there are 2 full-time out there who are sworn.
Sworn deputies.
And 1 sworn deputies, it's Chase and Dale, correct?
Right.
That are in this budget. Then Sarah West, who's also out there, she's out there quite a bit. She is not sworn, and she is at training, I think right now.
At the academy.
Yes.
Yes.
But, where's it? So right now, it's 2.5 out there. And none of the animal control positions are supported through the comp board. That is
Right.
entirely a county-funded activity.
But if we agree to what he's budgeted, then it would be 3.5. Is that correct? I
Three
thought he
full.
was looking to make, he's doing away with the part-time?
Correct.
Totally?
So it'd be 3 full-time?
Oh,
All
okay.
sworn
One would be-
deputies.
one
That's
would
that's the reason
be-
Sarah's in the.
Well,
academy.
that's, she's in the academy.
So she
no,
would,
she's
Not in the
gonna fill a
academy.
position in, from what I understand,
Her sister
Hannah.
has
Hannah.
just finished at the academy.
Correct.
That's,
Yeah.
I think, the
Getting mixed up.
confusion.
No.
Yeah.
But Sarah, is she not going to the academy then? So she's
Going
just
to the
being,
academy.
They got,
To
they
become
got
a
a different
To become a
training.
deputy,
Sarah is.
yes.
They got a different training for
Yeah.
animal
For animal
control
control.
Yeah.
versus.
Yeah, that's why I wondered if they were
Right.
fully sworn
So
or
from what I
just
understood,
animal
they'll
certified for
bring in
animal
their
control.
Chase was
So we'll
bringing
have
their
two
salary
that's
wise,
fully,
and then they
that
wanna
went through
hire
the
a full-time
deputies and one that
civilian.
went through the animal control.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Because USDA has got their own school, right?
Yeah.
That's on euthanizing and all this other
Okay.
junk.
Yeah,
Right.
so I mean, so you're
Correct.
sort of getting, if you get the, even though they're on an animal control budget, but they're full-time, fully sworn, you're sort of getting the bang with the buck because they can
Correct,
do
they can
anything
do
else they want
anything.
to.
Right.
Correct,
Right.
Right.
correct. And that's what Dale and Chase are now. That's why I'm trying to,
And Dale and
Drill down.
Chase is also law enforcement because they back up the other deputies when they
Right.
need help.
right, that's what Levi was saying. Yeah, exactly. Right.
Gotcha.
And that's why I'm asking if the third position would be,
That's the reason I always push for them to have good vehicles. You know, because they was driving some ratty
Oh my
vehicles
gosh,
there for a while. You don't
And
want,
I think part of the intent with the animal control is to increase the hours, 5 days a week, like you said, full-time, 9 to 12 and 1 to 5, but 5 days a week. So there'll be 1 hour in between the day,
for
which
lunch.
allows for lunch, and then allows for more opportunity for people to come there and things of that nature.
Our discussion here is Sarah's training to become sworn as animal control or just animal control training? Because she's not at the academy up the road. She's actually in Fredericksburg
Yeah,
for
she-
several weeks, and that's an animal control
Yeah,
related.
she's not in New River Valley Criminal.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we're not
My
sure if she's
apologies.
gonna be, if the proposal is for her to be sworn or not. I'm not clear.
All right,
It's probably in there, I just don't know.
all right. Maybe in our new budget.
All right, so, any questions about animal control? On,
I do.
yes, sir.
Their gas and oil,
Not moving.
You would think that need to be moved, but
if you're adding another full-time person to the mix.
Ammo and
They're,
weapons.
they're gonna be, while the idea is probably to have somebody there at the facility, if two of them are out and another call comes in, say a child's bit or whatever, the other three one's gonna have to go, so they're gonna have to have,
I don't know if that person would go, or if they do what they do now and send somebody who's already in the field, utilizing,
This would
A
dispatch.
regular deputy.
correct.
Okay.
So I guess it would just need more
I was just
clarification
thinking
about
of-
what the duties are.
it's still with the fuel price, I know they've come down a little bit, but I expect them
You
to go
mentioned
back
that.
up. You know, there's no movement in that fuel line at all.
most all the other budget lines have
On
movement in there,
fuel.
don't they?
Yeah. We knew this was coming down the pike when we approved this move over. I just didn't expect it to be,
This much.
yeah,
Mm.
yeah. I s-
Well, we can double check, you can double check on the gas numbers, go back to the actual spent so far and see how it's gonna look, and then how, estimate how it'll be with 3 full-time employees versus 2.
We'll send them a note. But I do, you're right, there might be emergencies where they leave, but my understanding is the intention was to have, the extra person would allow them to be there to keep the building open more often.
Okay.
And that really helps them with being able to get some of the animals that have been abandoned homed and give folks more opportunity to come
Well,
pick up their animal, because
And
right now
also-
their hours are very, very short.
I'm thinking, you've got 2 officers there that if one of them was to get sick or go out, I don't necessarily know he'll be bringing one of his other deputies in. If you've got that third person there that's trained on the animal part of it, that person, you know, for a week could step into that position.
I think they got some people that was upset that they came to adopt a dog and there wasn't anybody there. Especially when the child was, you know, heartbroken because nobody was there and she couldn't get her puppy. So they was wanting somebody to stay there to take care of that part. And then Sarah was taking care of it on the weekends, so now she can do double duty.
Yeah, and the two full-time people, I mean, they also get called out on regular non-animal control calls as
Yeah.
well when needed. So I
Wonder
think
if we
he
could
does
get
a
a
good job
breakdown.
of kind of balancing them around.
How much?
How much?
How much time they're in animal control and how much time they're spending on regular duties.
I mean, I gotta be, I mean, just for me personally, I just gotta know. This is such a tight budget year.
Before anybody in animal control goes out on a law enforcement call, it has to be pretty serious.
That's what I would think.
Well, I know it is, you know, so.
So there hasn't been.
Well, there has been times they had to go out.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there have been some, if I'm
Serious.
not, Mr. Chair, you know, particularly recently, for whatever reason, they have been engaged in a lot more things that they're taking people's animals away, and so that requires
Yeah.
generally that's when you want somebody that's sworn if you're coming by to say,
Sure.
I'm taking your animals. So I think that's one of the ways.
Yeah, I've actually had to back animal control up when they seize a dog, you know, because people get testy. Sometimes I believe you could take her kid before they could take her dog, you know.
All right, so we've got some questions to ask, to follow up with that. The only thing on here that, and I mentioned it to Brian when he first gave it to me, that I think potentially could be a little low is the veterinary number. Because most of these runs end up being on the weekend. Most of the bills that we've been getting are pretty pricey because they don't end up going to our local folks. They end up having to go to the emergency vet in Christiansburg, which is not Floyd pricing.
No. It is not.
It is not. So that's why that's.
It's about one trip over there.
Yeah, isn't that the truth?
Yeah, it's been,
They utilize our local vets before they hire a tech, right?
They use if it's during the week, they almost always use the local vets. During the weekends, they have to go to Christiansburg. My understanding, and when I've known they've used the vet from Tech, has been, you know, when we talked about the herd of cattle. So then that's a different kind of specialization, and particularly because they knew they were going to court.
Right.
They use them on their, we call it neocropsies or whatever.
Yeah.
For them.
Yeah.
I wonder if it wouldn't be a good idea for us to maybe consult with the three vets that are in our region to see if they would want
Rotate
to
on-call
rotate an
emergency.
on-call emergency veterinarian service.
Sort of like the wrecker services.
Yeah, sort of like the wreckers, yeah,
In the long run, that could save us
yeah,
quite a bit,
yep,
depending on the agreement.
I
yeah.
don't know if they still do or not. They get a list of wreckers and they call them as
Yeah.
their time comes up. So it may be
Yeah.
a good idea on the vets, I guess.
Depending
No, I
on
talked
what
to
section
one.
of the county. they're
Right,
in.
yeah.
I talked to one large animal vet, we were talking about the cattle deal. I understand his philosophy on it, but he was like, I really don't want to get involved in that kind of stuff. He said, because what it ends up doing is, especially if it's gonna end up going to a criminal court case, then that ends up dragging him into the court case, and then he's out of service for the other vet, so. But that might be one pushback on it. But I could see where he was coming from.
Yeah,
I use Hill and Springs out of Galax, And I don't see how they stay in business with prices they charge. I got one now, I load them up and take them up there, you know.
All right.
Yes,
Feel bad.
because I know their gas bill gotta be high.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Cherry, we ready to move to emergency services? Line 350?
Oh, my gosh.
So, in terms of changes from before, it's just a couple of things. The compensation, of course, that's half of Kevin Sauer's salary. It's paid out of both this and another bucket. And so it reflects half of the increase that he was given for taking over the additional duties. And then, of course, the corresponding, changes this year to health insurance and all of that. Other changes, let's see, the radio, this is not the big radio. Wouldn't it be great if we could get that for $5,000? And then, so that's a change there related to having to keep the radio. Office supplies, thank you. We brought that down just a little bit. We've been working at being a little bit more efficient with our office supply orders. So you'll
Hallelujah.
notice a couple of those have gone down a little bit. Also because, well, we don't have to make so many copies for you all, so thank you.
Right.
That helps a lot.
So far.
So far, so far. And then you'll see the gas and oil has gone up because, of course, Kevin has a vehicle. And so that's reflected there. And I think those are the primary changes there. So it's mostly continue as normal except for the repair and maintenance. And again, this is a salary change that was made during the course of the current fiscal year. So while it's not in the FY board approved, it's not a suggested change in this budget. Questions?
One of the repairs and maintenance was the hitch flatbed with the hitch. So that was one of the explanations with regards to flatbed installed with hitch. That's where that increase.
What's that on?
The 5,000?
Yeah.
For the 2 to 5,000 for repairs and maintenance, it does say audio and radio,
Right.
but it's referencing that.
Oh.
Again, trying to keep to some of the existing lines, some of which most of which make sense. There's some that are kind of legacy. So,
Yeah.
so we're trying to again, keep it kind of continuous and then we'll retitle some things a little bit and do a walk through, whatever it is, crosswalk with y'all, when you're finished at the end about what are the buckets and everything, so you know it's still the same that you approved, but it'll be called something
Sure.
slightly different. All right, Ms. Chair, 375, general properties, building and grounds. So contract labor, custodial, that contract labor for custodial has remained the same. This is where the maintenance has gone up a little bit. The previous was the previous person's salary. And we had to move up in order to fill that position. We posted several times.
Well, and also that position's gonna have other duties outside of the maintenance,
That's
so
correct.
that justifies that.
Right.
Yes, yes, and I will say, part of our agreement when we hired Dan was that he was going to be doing the studying and taking the test and everything to also be a building official, so we would have two.
Within a year?
And he has been very busily doing that, so.
Within a year? Did he have a time frame?
We did have a time.
He needs to obtain 2 certifications within the first year that he is here. And then he has another year for the next 2.
That's Timmy.
Sorry?
That's Timmy.
That's Dan?
Dan.
Dan.
Who is Timmy you mentioned a while ago?
Tammy.
Tammy is
Oh,
the lady at the front desk.
Oh,
So
okay.
she's replaced Alicia, and then Dan is in
Yeah, okay.
kind of
Mhm.
the all maintenance role, but it's expanded.
A while ago you said Dan, then you changed it, and that
I
sort of
did,
threw me off.
sorry. Make something complicated even more complicated.
No, my brain just don't comprehend sometimes.
What's this?
Line 381,
Mhm.
so he's not taking the county insurance?
No. He,
Well, that's fine, I don't,
Yeah, we don't need an explanation.
we have to be careful.
This is another line that we took out, the drug testing that was in every category. There's still some in mine, so if there was an issue, we can cover it, but we're not doing the kind of random thing because the only one that still has random that reports in to me is anybody with a CDL, because they have to do that to keep their CDL. Let's see, and that's mostly it until we get to, of course, you have your many lines of debt service here, and hats off to Kim for wading through all that. This is one of the areas where we have those stars that we talked about the first night. So if you look, for instance, at line 404, the library parking lot, you all put money in the budget for this year to do work on the parking lot at the library. Due to staffing challenges, Mark was not able to get to getting that contracted out, so none of that money has been expended, so 100% of that money is moving forward to your new budget for FY '23. Similar for the courthouse roof. And we put that on hold, as you might recall, because soon after you approved this, there was discussion from the judge about potentially needing a new courthouse. And so it seemed silly to put a roof on a building that might come down shortly. It's just by way of update, there's been kind of some noise, but there hasn't really been a full, we need a new courthouse again. But I'll follow up with folks
Yeah, I was
to
gonna
kind of see
say,
what's going on there, because I keep hearing a little, but
Before,
nothing, I haven't heard from Rhonda, Nikki, or the judge directly about.
before an order comes down, yes.
So,
Before an order comes down,
For a
find
new
out.
courthouse.
Yeah.
For a new courthouse, it's
Right.
better to establish that
Yeah,
ahead of time.
Or other
The last
things.
renovation got off to a rough start, and it ended on a good note, thank goodness, but it,
yes. So that would be my, when we finish this process, one of the things I was gonna talk to you all about, if you wanted to start trying to look at trying to build a capital plan. Again, not in this budget, but to build a capital plan.
I
And if
didn't
you
bring
did,
it
that
up.
would be on there.
she didn't.
I didn't bring it up.
I-
Testing my
I-
pacemaker.
Oh, is that what it was?
He's saying you're
Skip the
unemployed.
So, our figures have basically been moved from one year to the next, from 2022, because I guess an established history of accurate expenses probably hasn't happened in some time. And I'm just wondering how close to the mark are we? Like, for instance, in the line 390, computer services support, 390?
Yeah, 290.
And that particularly is Chris's department?
Okay.
That's why I looked at you.
Okay, I'll go back to that, yeah. Sorry about that. So, when we did this last year, we strongly suspected we would no longer be moving forward with tech squared overtime. And so one of the things we did with y'all's permission was Ms. Ryan and I split out the anticipated cost
Right,
between a couple of different line items.
right.
So when we would if we ended up putting out an RFP, which we went a different direction, instead of getting a different vendor, we got a Chris. But, so we took the money that normally would go for Tech Squared and divided into different buckets, so that's why that number is a little different. This year has been, expensive because we have had to continue to pay them for this transition period and the amount of time it took us to find Chris, a good find, but took a while. And so it is, overall, that's a little bit higher. Chris has given us some of his thoughts about going forward. But so that's another one of those things that is once you make your decisions and you have kind of your final numbers, that we'll rejigger to
Massage.
put together all of your computer costs that relate to county administration. Now, the sheriff will still have his cost in a separate bucket, and, like Lisa will have hers in a separate bucket, but we'll try to put that all together. Is that what you were asking me for?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I will say, in addition, the Tech Squared bill also went up about $2,000 a month, starting in January, from what they were charging us. But we are down to, on that, just as a side note, we are down to one last payment to Tech Squared. So they
And
have.
So then-
And they'll get that when every
Everything is
detail
done.
and everything's done,
Mhm.
not one day before.
No.
Yes, they've.
I was about to put a note in there, but I reckon I won't.
And then whatever money is left in that line item from this budget, will
There
there
won't
be?
be any.
There won't be any.
No, there won't be any.
Okay,
There won't be any.
all right, so we've overspent?
Because we didn't anticipate that 2,000 a month increase.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
However.
Have we overspent?
However, I will say, and Chris doing his due diligence, the money that was spent, let's say on Barracuda,
Barracuda.
Drupa, Sappho's, that did come out all from a grant.
Right, right,
So it was an additional, it was, grant money
Absolutely.
driven.
yep.
And as well, I don't know, do you want me to expand on IT? Or you requested some numbers? Do you want me to expand on that, or that's up to you?
I guess we're really not there.
You want to add that toward, when we get to the end?
That's why I asked.
But let's
I didn't know.
remember,
We can remember that.
the other change in here
Some of
is,
the expenses
Unintended
are right in
consequences.
front of us.
Yeah.
right,
I mean,
We finally broke over.
yeah, so,
Mhm.
so in the next, once you massage everything and we've done all our pencil
Good
sharpening and
news is
stuff like
behind
that,
us.
there will be an IT column?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
yes, there will be an IT column.
There'll
And
be an IT department.
yes, there'll be an IT department budget. And, we have been fortunate that we've been able to cover most.
Yes.
Some of these expenses are beyond the grant, but, Kevin was able to secure a cybersecurity grant. Thank you. A cybersecurity grant
Right,
before all this happened, and so we've been able to make many of these things that you all have approved a part of that grant. Not all of them, but a bunch of them. So that's been a godsend.
nice.
Very nice. All right, this is what I should look at, where the health department. Because I remembered when I was driving, this is always a question with y'all.
So if I may, if I may, and if it's okay with you, we had a brief conversation this morning. Let me look into the next two a little bit more, just to validate the information that I received and that I understood it to be correct, and put it in its accurate line item. So if I can, I'll make note that maybe we can revisit those two, just to ensure. I know that there's numbers that are true, I just want to make sure they're in the right place.
And this is on 417 and 422?
Yeah. So the health department and mental health services.
Yes. If you would just allow, Jerry brought up something, conversation with Colinda, and I just want to validate it, so my apologies, but I just want to make sure that I put them, there's different descriptions in Bright than there are on here, and so I want to make sure my assumptions are valid.
Right. Got it.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
And when we get into the health department, if we could get a little more detail on exactly what they're asking for specifically,
That's why I'll show it to you.
and more importantly, what are we getting out of it for the more money?
Right. Yeah.
You're healthier.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and there
I know
is,
one year they had asked for an increase and we wasn't able to do it at that time, and then next thing we know, they were only open 3 days a week instead of 5, and
We had a
then,
war over that one.
then, well, at one point in time it was 3,
It's 3.
they moved up to 4.
Right.
Then they talked about moving the thing totally to Christiansburg. This is pre-pandemic
Right.
now.
Right.
They was talking about, and Floyd people were having to go to the Christiansburg
Right.
office, and it was,
Right.
I don't wanna get into that nasty situation again,
Right.
but I just wanna know what we're getting for the.
It does look like,
Right.
it does look like it might be fine, you know, it might be trying.
Well, I hope, but I just wanted to verify.
But then again, we don't, I mean, we're now at 4. And, all right.
okay. And then we get to, so these are all your ones that are not necessarily your departments. And if I might, apologies for going backwards. There is an MOU that, well, some of you all know, between us and the health department
Mm-hmm.
about who does what.
Mhm.
And so that is something that Mark has brought to my attention that needs to be revisited,
Updated.
updated, as there is some difference of opinion about who's supposed to handle what, because there's been a lot of turnover there.
Right.
So that'll be something that as we clarify, we'll also make sure to clarify,
Okay.
okay, that means you're still doing this.
It's
X, Y, and
always-
Z.
It's nothing new, you're not breaking new ground there.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to give a little background, because if we come back on Tuesday, it won't be a surprise and say, hey. The Agency on Aging, line 427. The Agency on Aging is a regional organization. I serve on the board and Kim is my backup. The amount that we put into that is both this Agency on Aging, and then there's a separate line item. So it's 2 pieces that go together for the county's funding for regional aging services. The amount the basis of the amount we are charged is based on how many people are served under various programs and related to the associated grants. This last year, it turns out our home delivery of food from the Agency on Aging is very high, probably proportionally much higher than any other county. So while they stopped doing the friendship cafes, which they're planning to start later this month, we did actually enjoy more of that than anybody else. The part of their services we don't utilize as much as other counties is transportation in the region, because some of the other counties lend themselves a little bit better to, like in Pulaski, they've just opened an actual blue bus that's funded in part through the Agency on Aging to get people from town to the doctor's office, essentially. But that's what some of those are. As a side note, I'll tell you, they are restarting the friendship cafes, and we've talked to them about once our rec building is open, that one of those a week would be utilizing the rec building, so people could then go outside, walk the trail, whatever. All right, New River Community College. Peggy. I apologize to Peggy, I called her the wrong name all night, so apologies about that. That's their, of
Good.
course, the request, I did, so I do call her to apologize. But
Isn't
that's-
that funny
this is-
how a name sticks?
Yes, and I even wrote down, I went back and saw my sticky note, and it said the right name. So. Yeah, so that's the kind of your regular contribution.
Well, and that's based on the formula. and-
Correct.
And we really don't have a choice.
Right.
Right, thank you for that. Okay, now we get to recreation, and this has been increased. So the areas of increase have been on the compensation is increasing two things. One is increasing the number of hours the part-time people are working. They're still going to be part-time, so there's no increase, there's no benefits, but they are increasing the number of hours that they're working. And that's driven by trying to step up our maintenance a little bit more at the park, recognizing, I think the request is in, by the way, for the bleachers to get new boards. So thank you for bringing that to our attention and some of those kind of things. And then also for Angel that works down here in the office to do a little bit more work. And she also got a small pay increase during the year because she got another offer. So that's how we kept her.
So is our Daniel, our maintenance person, gonna be able to do maintenance at the park too?
Well, I think
Certain
it kind of
things.
depends. Yeah, they kind of were trying to work it out amongst themselves. So some things that are more complex,
Yes.
then Dan would be helping with that. But in terms of kind of the picking up the trash,
No,
No.
that kind of stuff.
But I just
You're
wanna
talking about
make,
like electrical, plumbing.
yeah, just wanting to make
building
sure that,
maintenance.
yeah, that
Yeah.
we're not losing because the former maintenance person had,
I could see a snowball there if he got started.
well, yeah, but,
I mean-
I mean,
Him and Mark pretty well slammed now, yeah.
yeah,
Maybe
Yeah,
a good
but-
example would be, it turns out we had a water leak out there at the restroom. And so
right,
Then Mark and Dan went out there.
right. That's
what I was
kind of
talking
what
about,
I'm
electrical
trying to
and
get at.
plumbing. I
Yeah,
wouldn't want part-time staff.
no, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that we
Any
didn't,
county business, or any county building maintenance.
Right.
Right,
That's what I was getting at,
exactly.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're not
Lighting,
losing,
electrical,
right, I just want to make sure we're, you know,
windows broke, you know.
hiring someone
door-
new and then
door doesn't
losing
work properly.
work be done. So, all right,
So some of these other things
I know what you're
actually,
talking
yeah,
repairs and
Yeah, I know what
maintenance
you're
went
talking
down a
about,
little
too.
bit, just because it'll be a new building.
mm-hmm,
So hopefully, not too much, other than the things like the, some of the concession stands, the bleachers and those kind of things. They've all been painted this year, and there's new gravel out there this year as well, which that hasn't happened in some time.
Does the playground equipment come in there, this?
It is not included in here, that I put in as, proposing you all fund that out of the ARPA money.
right.
So, do
You ever go through Hillsville?
I go through Hillsville?
Mm-hmm.
Not if I can avoid it. Especially not on Memorial Day.
Yeah,
She
Or Labor
knows, she
Day.
knows that place.
up there at the wellness center, they put in a new playground.
Ah.
And I was looking at all the equipment. I'm gonna take a stroll over it one morning and look at it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really nice, and I was thinking what they was do down here,
Yeah,
may get some good ideas up there, especially the way, go ahead.
May I ask which line 447 contractual services?
Let me just look it up
Sure.
before I speak, because
Maybe,
Is that mowing and such?
I would
I think it's umpires, yeah. that's
Okay.
what it is.
but I
Okay.
just want to make sure before I.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
And to your playground question, I put the survey up, and so far we have 115 people
Hmm.
who have answered the survey.
That's
And
pretty good.
It's, every once in a while I'll get a notice one more person has, so,
actually, that's real good for recreation.
I
something.
agree.
yeah. And they're kind of coalescing around some particular ideas, so I was gonna put this on your agenda.
That's
Assuming
interesting.
we can keep your agenda compact, which might be hard on the 12th, but, to walk you through, or I might just send you the results and then we can talk through it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Still bugs me that one guy put in there never, if you never visited, keep your mouth shut and move on.
Yeah,
That is interesting, though, that you're finding that they're kind of coalescing around certain things, and that's good.
Yeah, it does seem, let's see, some other, the other big things that are increased uniforms and jerseys become very expensive and very difficult to find.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
What's, apparently things have changed a little bit since the last 3 years that I've coached Sandlot, but what is rec doing on jerseys now? Like when I was still coaching,
T-shirts.
I was responsible for finding my own kids' jerseys and stuff, but is the rec now
As a
supplying
county.
jerseys as a county?
department.
That is, yes, if I might, it is something that Jacob orders for everybody. And they've also tried to get a little bit nicer shirts, and do pictures and all of that. So that's a little bit of what's driven it, but now, that way folks can,
Is that like the new thing going now, or just, I don't know, I was just used to having to call a t-shirt place and
Yeah.
I'd find a sponsor, some kid on the team's
Right.
parents would sponsor or something like that.
So, I agree with you there. I think that as I understand this is now, I think this is an insane jump. I'm just saying. That's $9,000 for jerseys. Now, if we're having that many more people, then I can understand. And I know we're having a larger group of baseball and softball. And, I mean, for years, to echo Levi's point, it's been T-shirts. I understand that
That's
we're
just the way
looking
we
at
do
nicer jerseys, but give it,
it. I mean, my 6-year-old don't need to have.
an Under Armour.
Don't have to have a Nike issue or whatever
Right, just-
brand,
I mean, it's
Russell.
I'd go up to Omega Church Supplies up in Hillsville,
Right,
give me some little Slugger t-shirts made,
right,
put the sponsor of the company or
on the
something
back
like that.
or the front, right.
Right. That leads me into one of my questions. When I've been out in the community, talking about recreation, I understand we used to have community sponsors of the teams, and we don't do that
Right.
anymore. I think community needs to take some ownership, and we need to put it back out to sponsorship. Because I know, when my kid played soccer, we sponsored his team every year, fully.
The
And I
The
know,
hope was to continue that, but also the realization is we went to using
County.
county
Right.
tax dollars.
well, we did
A lot of the
both.
people were expecting us to foot the bills.
We did both, so we put the teams out for sponsorship, and the county only picked up what was left over.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with that either. I
'Cause,
mean,
I know that there are several, I've spoken to business owners that really miss having that community involvement.
What's the registration fees now for a kid to play baseball?
it's probably 63,
It's gone
Yeah.
but since Vinny last
It's
played.
much less, it would be much less expensive if we had
Right.
team sponsorship and the sponsor then, supplied the jerseys with their advertising on it and everything else. So,
You get a few more kids like that too,
It's a large jump.
because there's a lot that can't play because they can't afford that.
That's one thing, just sort of stuff.
Well, we're supposed to have things in place to
Right.
take care of that too.
one of my other questions is for the contractual, the referees and such. Have we reached out to the high school to make that part of their PE program where you referee soccer games and baseball to get high school credit, PE credits or whatever?
I don't think they're being paid. I don't know that, that would have to be something that would have to go through
Well,
the
you
school
wouldn't pay
board.
them though.
No, I
You would-
understand that, but many of the kids like the
Right.
job
Right.
because they're getting paid.
And
Or do you like to skip a class so you can,
I don't know, most of those kids that are doing this are PE oriented.
right?
I mean, they are,
Right.
and they're
Well,
doing,
I mean, he's having like Jeff Belshan and some of them do these games too, which
Yeah.
is, I don't know what they're getting paid on that, but, I don't wanna keep talking like, well, back when I was there, but back when I was there, it was like the 10th and 11th graders
Yeah.
that's playing varsity basketball.
right. would
Show up
come
on
in.
Saturday and referee the ball games.
Right, right.
Yep.
That's where I was
Well,
too.
And one
Well,
thing.
maybe
that-
they're lazy and won't do that anymore,
No.
I don't know.
One thing is too, that, and I'll have to go back into ours, but in our early discussions, due to problems in the past, we required a adult to be involved, at least one adult to be there
got
as a referee, umpire, whatever the
Right.
sport.
Just due to the times.
Well,
Due to the
due
times.
to the
Now,
times.
well, now it's a federal offense to assault or any ref.
I
I
understand.
know,
So-
but still.
Yeah. But
But still, it seemed like things went smoother with at least one adult.
it's just a lot of money.
Yeah. And
It's a lot of
most of the time, they're
I mean, it does put a
they're
tenth
the,
grader in a bad spot when a
So,
50-year-old dad comes and yells at you or
Yeah.
something like that. so-
Sort of intimidating.
and usually,
know.
usually the adult is the head referee or head umpire or whatever terminology per sport, or that's how it was intended. I think that's how it's being done.
yes, if I
That
might,
seems like a
Mr.
lot of money for paying refs. but-
If I might, Mr. Chair, so some of the, I think to maybe Mr. Booth's point, yes, we've been making sure that there is an adult present as a referee, and part of the reason has been, as you said, it's better to have an adult that's responsible there. In addition, candidly, in the last couple of months, 2-3 months, we've had to call the sheriff's deputies and have people removed,
Even with the adult there.
even with the adult there, so.
Maybe we should have the sheriff's deputies referee.
Rather the
There you
games, yeah, right.
I know some
They
of them
cost a
probably
little
do
more
that.
than
Yeah, they
per
would.
hour than this, so I will say,
We-
if I might, the other thing that's been, so you all are aware of some of the challenges in rec, so I've spent a lot of time trying to work on this the last couple of months. And we do not have the level of volunteers, just like most other organizations in town or in the county. So we really struggle to have enough people to coach. That has a lot of ripple effects. And so essentially what ends up happening now is we have such a short list of coaches that when kids register, then we start calling all the parents and trying to get them to volunteer. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. We've had parents that have quit in the middle of the season this year and just said, I'm done, and that's it. So it's just, to the point about the environment's changed a little bit. Just to let you know that has been more challenging. On the sponsorship side, I think that's something that I know Jacob and I have talked about him doing more, and him and Angel getting some packets out. There is a little history with some folks. So some of the businesses in the county are under the impression that when they gave their sponsorship money years ago, it was a lifetime sponsorship, and they should not be asked for it anymore. That was before Jacob was here. I can't speak to who that was.
Prior to the county taking the program over.
And it
I-
always feels better with the coach, parent, calling the business than like the county calling to ask for sponsorship, you know. But
So they have some packets together, and they actually have a group, this kind of relates a little bit more to the park, but there's several parents that have approached us about they'd like to put together kind of their own boosters organization, to your point. So I think that's part of where the direction would be going. But just wanted to give you all that as a little bit more background on some of these.
I think there's a bit of finesse that has to be kind of used as we continue to grow recreation as a county department, but yet bring our community members back into the fold as it pertains to feeling ownership, exactly. And just know that, we're all working in this together.
We haven't gotten over some rough spots.
We haven't, but
And
But we can't let that hold us back from trying to
No,
move forward.
but, well, that's what I'm saying, we have to move forward, but those rough spots still have to be overcome.
Yes.
I mean,
However,
Mr. Chair, can I say one more? Do you think we could look at a total expense at the moment for line 447 on the contractual services? Just to see how that's looking at this current year
of course,
At
we
some
have,
point.
we don't have the biggest, I mean, I would tend
for
to think
baseball.
that
The
baseball.
only reason, the one reason I say that though is, every program, football, basketball, and the baseball, have the smaller leagues, the kindergarten through first, second, third grade, they have formats to where it's coach, pitch, coach, whatever. And the coaches are the ones doing the refereeing.
Right.
So they're not, you're not actually hiring referees for those. It's the actual coaches that are.
So you want that broken down by
I mean,
sport, yeah.
yeah, I
by
would just like to
sport.
see what it currently is, because not every league has to have a ref.
Right.
So,
And it'd be interesting
Yeah.
to see what he spent last year on.
some of the lower ones don't.
Yeah, the coach is the mediator, so.
Yeah, okay. We'll look into that. I apologize, I don't know that level of detail on this one, but we'll get back to looking at that. Some of the other changes in here, we are gonna go up a little bit on concession prices, so we at least break even on everything, and maybe in some cases make a little bit of money. We were selling stuff below cost. In some cases, in addition, we actually have some local vendors that, we're gonna try to get in our concession stands as well. We have somebody that makes, commercial grade, commercial, like you could sell it at the Express Mart, beef jerky. So we'll start using them to try to promote local. So that'll be part of that.
One other suggestion, of course, we were just getting into it good when the pandemic hit. A lot of local organizations, like the Scouts, various church groups and stuff, they would come in, they'd work it for a weekend. And you would have like a percentage.
So we've
Now-
looked into that, because I think you mentioned that before, and that sounded like a great idea. But it turns out that everyone who works out there, because it's under the county, has to be Safe Serve certified. And Jacob also has to go through the management supervisor, like 2-day training for Safe Serve, and I do too. But they have to go through, Dawn has to actually do a 2 to 3 hour training with them for Safe Serve to be certified before anybody can be out there. But otherwise, it would have been great, so we were hoping for that. It would have built us a lot of goodwill too in the community, so we're trying to utilize more local groups for stuff like the trails and those kind of things that don't require Safe Serve.
So they are required to do that for us, but not in other venues.
Well, it's because
we're a
it's,
county
Right.
agency.
yeah, I mean, it's the same thing, so basically we fall into, in some ways, a similar category to a restaurant. So all your restaurant servers have to
But
have been
since
through
we're a
Safe
county
Serve.
agency, that especially kicks in where other venues might get by with it.
I won't guess on other venues, I'll leave that alone.
Just trying to keep it local.
Yeah, yeah.
I do appreciate that more and more of our work is being done electronically.
Mr. Chair, one more question, please. I'm all for kids recreation, but why are we paying adult sports for adult volleyball, adult softball? Why are they not paying their full boat?
So these particular line items are kind of also legacy.
Nice.
Also legacy.
Just,
Yeah.
from what I understand, the conversation that I had, again, falling highly on legacy, is, things such as the immediacy of, bases or balls or something that's like in it, that's why it's such a small amount. So it's during that particular time and the immediacy of the need for that particular sport for not a big ticket item.
Okay. So we're not supporting that
We're not
entirely,
funding it, no,
right,
but
we're
there
just
are certain things that may be
consumables that need to
needed
be,
for-
okay,
correct.
No,
fair.
That's what was
The
explained part
difference-
of it.
We, you hit on it. What we've always tried to do, even when it was an authority, take care of the children and any adult activities pay their own way.
Yes,
And they do,
And they have historically.
and they still do.
they still do.
I mean, it's still like,
But
you
like
know,
she said, you know, if it comes up and say, oh, we need 10 new softballs,
Right.
you
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
kind of
It just doesn't, the line items don't explain that detail, so
Right.
I just say,
They do
it's
not.
fascinating.
So it is something that, Linda, Jacob and I have spoken about, and he asked as well, that he would like to see that descripted and that differently, but again, that's always been,
Our new
word is
software.
legacy.
Mhm.
It's
Right.
legacy, it's been that way. So we would like, that was one of the things we'd like to revisit and make a little bit more clear and defined.
Wonderful.
I'm not sports-minded. Yes, it's boxing and horse racing, that's something different, but this All-Stars,
that's our tournament, right?
That's our new thing.
it went from 750 to 3,000.
So that's
Brand new.
yeah, so this is, that's because our role has changed pretty dramatically. So we are now gonna be host to, one of the major regional, tournaments. And so it's
Softball.
that one that I wrote to you about, it's been a while, but, it's that week right before Father's Day, continuing Father's Day. And so that's what that is.
Okay.
That's the difference. One of the things that I'll put on your agenda in the next couple of regular meetings is during that, I would like to authorize some of our local tourism businesses to be able to set up on maybe the first night, the night that, whatever it is, we think there'll be the most people, so they can help people know about all the great things in
Absolutely.
the county. So to have more positive impact to the county and county businesses by having this tournament here.
And that may be reflective to, even though the contractual services overall went down, you know, we're paying for the umpires and stuff for that event as well.
And that might be some of the bump up there. And I would assume that just because $3,000 is allotted, that doesn't mean it all has to be spent either.
No,
That is a ballpark, pun intended.
I like that.
That's good.
That is a
You were
ballpark.
just waiting to lay
I
that
guess
one out there,
so.
weren't you?
I don't know, here, Tina. But a ballpark figure just to kind of be for, and I just would, you know, I mean, every single $100 bill is gonna be a difference in this budget this year. And
Yes.
so I don't wanna short shift this program because I know how important these tournaments are. Having spent much of my life in tournament baseball and basketball, these can be amazing for the county. And if we do the right job, we can see them again and again. And although we don't have a Hark Raiders sports center, the fact that we can show people our best foot forward is really important. But that's not always about the money we spend, I guess is what I'm getting at.
There's also an opportunity of revenue at that same time.
Indeed.
That we're also talking about with regards, and I think maybe what you were saying, I mean, you know, we can get some volunteers where we don't have to, I mean, I'd be more than happy to, you know, help out, those kind of things.
Yeah, I'm
and
gonna be
make
up
it-
there.
Right,
Yep.
so there is an opportunity to, you know, eat at least some of the cost. I'm not, you know, I have no history of reflection to say all of it, we got this, but I can't see how there's, some of the costs cannot be, no pun intended, eaten up by a hot dog, sale or something to that avenue, so.
Mr. Chair, I got one question. That photography, line 476, I know it's not an expenditure, but, and I know there's logistics and stuff involved in that, but that almost seems like it could be a source of revenue. instead of an expenditure. I know that they got away from doing photography, but I mean, parents and their kids, the one thing they probably want is a picture. So I would see why the county couldn't try to revenue out of it instead of an expenditure, even though we're not listed for expenditure.
We hooked up with an outfit, you had a team picture, then you had a certain amount of individual pictures. Then, like for baseball, you had a baseball card or a basketball for basketball and so forth for that
For years, it was
sport.
old Vernon Tilly.
Yeah, Vernon
Vernon Tilly
Tilly.
for years and years.
I know, I've been there a long
Yeah.
time, so.
Yeah.
But that's what we used to do, and we actually made money on that. The parents, you know, the kids loved it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I got a notebook full of them.
We had a blowout on that, what, 3 years ago?
Yeah.
On the photography.
Yeah, it just became a nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a lot of logistics.
Well, there was a lot of parents didn't get pictures they paid for.
Yeah, it was,
Well,
it was
my
a
group
nightmare.
one of that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you,
it
so
was a
you gotta,
nightmare.
you gotta get with the right outfit, like
Yeah.
we had before. I mean, yes, you could actually make money off of it. And we didn't make a great deal, we weren't making a killing, but it was a little extra revenue. And parents were, every parent I heard was tickled to death with the package that they got at the time.
Takes a little effort, but it's worth getting that
Well,
back
Revenue
in.
source.
It's a memorial to the kids when they get older, you know, to show their kids what they done.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
I got 3 notebooks. All 3 of the kids have them.
And the kids didn't really care. They liked the team picture because they could look back and think about their
Yeah.
friends. But boy, when they got that little baseball card, man,
Yeah, that was
they,
a big.
they
In
were
the
3
big
feet off
leagues.
the ground.
That meant
Yeah.
more to me than the jersey.
Yeah,
Yeah, it sure did, didn't it?
Yeah.
you was in the big leagues then, yeah, so.
You got a card.
If I'm not, Mr. Chair, so I think, we still do offer the photographs. So that hasn't gone away. But there aren't as many takers as there used to be, because, you know, folks take a lot of pictures with their phones now. But we'll look at what kind of profit margin we use. I think maybe the same person that we used to.
Vernon?
I don't know, but it's someone that he said has been doing this for some time. So I'll take it as you all's guidance that if it's possible to make more money off of that, you would like to do that. How's that? And did you have a note?
That was pretty
And
good.
I
That was
would
pretty
in- I
much it,
would in-
yeah.
And I would include the little baseball cards
Something
Because
that
I think-
parents can't do with their cell phone.
Yeah.
with their cell phone,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good. He did also, just so you know, this is where the outdoor classroom grant is reflected.
Right.
And so that's where that money is, and then,
Shouldn't that be listed as a grant? Or is that did we have to match?
we have to do some match, but it's primarily staffing.
Yeah, so
So-
shouldn't that be listed as a grant? I mean, just
Sure,
for our
like I put
knowledge
in
and
that way.
edification?
probably.
All right, got it.
I mean, I can, if
No,
that's
that's
a
all right, that's all
comfortability.
right. Just so I guess if we can just remember to,
It'll be a whole lot simpler with the new system
Yeah, next
to
time.
make little
The new
changes.
system, it could say, see revenue grant line,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Well, it will be cross-referencing.
And then finally, the one that's listed there is new, is just, of course, there's no money on it. Just the reminder that we do have that land up there above the high school, and
Yep.
wanted to kind of throw out, since I'd mentioned we were gonna start talking about capital things. Wouldn't it be great? So, with that,
Soon as we knock a few things off the list,
that's right,
we can look at new things.
that's right.
everything's coming onto the list.
Yep. Okay, which chair, would you let me move on to the library?
Yes,
Okay.
unless somebody need a break or anything. So. All right, full speed ahead.
Okay. The changes in the library are very minimal. And as you know, much of this is kind of driven because this is a Montgomery County partnership. So, but, you know, it's essentially the same.
Waiting for them.
Well,
They
they
do drug
sent us
testing down there?
That's still in there because, it's a very good question, and yeah, I got a letter from Kareem.
Yeah.
So pretty much, whatever changes there are just related to things that Montgomery has required. The drug testing, actually Montgomery still does require random drug testing of their employees. And so since that's a joint
Yep.
thing, I left that one in.
And the contribution went up a little bit.
Yes.
And of course, the 5% will reflect in that category too.
So, Local Planning Commission, I think this is the same amount of money you put in for quite some time. And it says convention education, but I think that's also just paying people's mileage. It's really paying people's
Mileage,
attendance
and then every
mileage.
once in a while, somebody would request to go somewhere.
Yeah. The, moving on from that, the New River Valley Regional Commission, that's the Kevin Bird who facilitated our retreat. And so they've increased their ask a little bit.
That's formula driven too, right?
Yes, thank you. That is formula driven. It's so much per capita.
Right.
And it uses this one actually uses the updated number, so proportionally, our amount has actually gone down compared to other places, because Montgomery's grown a lot, and so thank you for your growth for lowering our bill a little bit.
Yeah.
New River Criminal Justice Academy, of course, that's the payment for the police academy. And that's a number they provided to us. Community development.
Before we move on that, it reminded me on our regional jail payment, on that line item. Could you go back like 4 years? Don't take this last year because of the pandemic, and average to 3 previous years. I've got a reason for that.
Sure.
And, because I think, not that I'm smarter than anybody else, but I think somebody's about to make a big boo-boo.
Oh, you think that, yeah, because we
Yeah.
got,
Yeah.
that information came
Yeah.
primarily from them.
And if that happens, I'm afraid something down the road is gonna come back and bite us.
Right.
And-
Underestimated.
And I don't trust anything being, and I shouldn't say this loud, but,
I'll turn it off.
Just verify.
yeah.
Verify.
With administrative change going on,
Mhm.
I don't trust anybody on the way out. I'm sorry.
Understand.
can make it more than next.
Yep. That's true. We did, just for background, but we will certainly do that. We did have some conversation with the staff over there. I don't believe it was the administrator. But CO, yeah, thank you. It was a CFO. And so, yeah, so most of, partly it was because, of course, last year went down so much and the year before because the courts were closed and down for so long. So they did say, yeah, going forward, they feel like that's going to start ticking back up. Without getting into any kind of political stuff, I'll just remind you all, though, that there has been a substantial change in the drug laws in the last year, and that's part of what's driving that number down. It is lowering the number. Well, move right on. Okay.
So you want an average, just may I ask, you want an average of the last 5 years?
No, just, yeah, go back 4 years,
Okay,
leave off the pandemic year and just 3, average it as 3.
okay.
You know, so.
Would it, if that's on cost, would it be also good to know the actual inmate numbers attributed to Floyd? Would
I can
that
get
help?
them, I can get them,
You can
because I
get
get
them.
them every month, or every other month.
Well, I meant for
Yeah,
those 3
yeah.
years.
Yeah. Well, I got a lot of questions for him on the way out.
And so the rest of you are aware, to Mr. Boo's point, that our contribution is based on inmates, how
Right.
many inmates we have there. So that's a kind of a formula too. So, sure, we'll take care of that. If you'd like to move on to community development,
Go ahead.
5:15. So this is, Ladina's crew.
Excuse me.
So for the most part, it remains similar. There is, this is where the one increase is she mentioned.
Yeah, so
Um,
she and Tabitha can,
There's not a salary change for Ladina in here. This is for Tabitha. And then the other change, they were increasing, they moved their travel back up a little bit so they could go to the VEDA meetings and try to market our building a little bit more. And those are the primary changes. And of course, we got rid of the drug testing for them. And I think that's most of it. Questions about that?
and just for everybody, that's Ladina, Tabitha, and
Carla.
Carla. Just,
Thank you. Moving on to, all right, 536, Economic Development Authority. Let's see. The big changes here is what Ladina spoke about in terms of the maintenance at the Innovation Center. That's the biggest one.
I still don't.
And then the other one is the matching, a little increase in the, kind of having some matching money available. So if a grant becomes available, they have some match to put up for that. So that's why it goes from 8,000 to 10,000 for that.
And I know that maintenance, that includes mowing around the building and whatever, but it just seems high. I know she explained it and all that, and no disrespect to her, but is that for outside maintenance?
Okay,
One thing was, if I remember right, that one guy that used to do it, that had the auctions, he don't do that no more. So, you won't have to hire that done.
But
Well, yeah, but that's-
property was sold, though.
Well, that would be under the park maintenance.
Oh,
I'm talking
okay.
about the Innovation Center specifically.
Oh, okay.
what it says is we have, they have not asked for funds, but we have several other needs this year, including significant parking deterioration, which really needs asphalt patching, stripping, camera security system. We need video surveillance of the Innovation Center access points and hallways, given the high number of people working there, 36 in total, and the fact that the building does not have an on-site manager. Audio visual, that's done, total request. None of this is in addition to the request for $12,098 from ARPA for HVAC and the coil cleaning. The EDA does have a maintenance reserve fund established to save a large replacement items such as roof, HVAC, windows, and doors per the US EDA grant that helped fund the Innovation Center.
So when they sold the land,
Right, now we're doing maintenance on the land that we no longer own.
She had also mentioned, if I'm
well, we do,
correct,
I mean,
that
Right.
somebody who used to be there
yeah,
used to do a lot of it
right,
in lieu of or.
Pro bono.
But will no longer be there.
Right,
So that, took a little bit of a turn, which now falls back on. If you remember.
Right, but
Okay.
that would be under the park maintenance in general,
yeah,
not under the innovation
yeah,
maintenance.
that's the Commerce Center. So I get that they
Okay.
want cameras, I get that they want new audiovisual equipment, and she mentioned something about the locks on the doors too, that they're outdated, I get all that. But they just sold a large parcel of land.
Mhm.
Did they write a check to us?
They did.
So, if they wrote a check to us, I don't know.
Well, see, part of that, it goes back to you know, we had the agreement where, like, if they sold something that was a little partial of that, they got to keep,
Right.
and that went away.
So they're not retaining any of the proceeds from the sale of the
From what I
property?
understood,
Mm-hmm.
I have to get to it. They no longer retain any of the proceeds from sale of property out there, do
They gave us a check, and from what I understand, it's actually represented on the revenue side, under special revenues and grants, under EDA Phase 2 and EDA Light Building Growth Center. The 3 checks that I received, one of which was continue, and then we received the money back.
So they're not retaining any of the sale in their own budget?
No,
Is
it's
what- yeah.
actually in our revenue
Right,
line,
they? That went
our
away
budget,
Right.
yes.
at some point. I don't recall why or when, but
Let's see, Ladina's here. Do you want me to get Ladina?
no.
So EDA Phase 2, Commerce Park Road, utility, 209,299. What was the amount of the check?
There was 2 checks, one was, I can get you an amount, but that number equates to 2 separate checks. And then there was one for 11,250, I believe it should be 11,190.
Okay. $30,000 still seems high for the things that they're asking for. But I could be wrong.
Do they have, is this just ballpark guesses that they have for the cameras and security systems and?
Significant parking lot, quote was 18,700. The
How-
camera security system quote was 8,380.
26.
And then the audio visual, we have been using the old county projector and screen multi-purpose.
Which can't
Cost
hook up.
was $1,100, so the total request is 30,000.
Yeah.
So they already won't.
So it's 26 plus 11, so they're, you know.
Right.
Okay.
Are they having problems with security out at the innovation, out of this?
If I might, I think what the issue is it's got a card swipe
A card
reader,
reader,
and
mhm.
those just kind of, they're useful life, so they're not responsive anymore, and so the point that, why that becomes a problem is people are now frequently just putting something in the door and keeping it
Propped
open,
open.
Mhm.
propped open.
Right,
Well,
So
that's
that's
under,
what
right.
the-
that's understandable.
Door key,
right.
rock
Yeah,
door.
we use these in the hospitals, and even the most advanced were very easy to bypass.
Yeah.
Which, that's understandable, but outside cameras,
Innovation access points and hallways, given the high number of people working there.
There's, has to be lower technology options available for security.
okay.
So it's always,
That quote was 8,380.
yeah, that seems high, but there's always a reason. I mean, you never want to have something happen
Right.
and then be caught.
Right. But where I was going, like here, we have certain cameras on certain,
Right.
and the monitors are in 2 different places or just your office? Monitors.
Yeah.
We don't have that.
Hmm.
We don't have that
Lead
anymore.
monitoring.
We don't have any monitors.
There used to be screens in your office.
They're gone.
Huh?
They're gone. So what we have now are all panic buttons.
That's what we have here.
Just
Right,
like this.
because when you're doing live recording
Oh.
like that, it gets.
So what happened to all that equipment?
Okay.
What equipment?
Yeah,
Well,
the cameras.
Instead of the camera equipment, then are they?
They're still
They're
in
not
the-
asking for camera
the
equipment.
cameras
they're
have not
asking for
been
panning
removed.
We're in trouble
but
now.
it hadn't
Well,
been
then
used
then
in some time.
So we have that
I'm saying.
system. Why don't we just,
It's very, very dated and was primarily used for, it's pretty dated. Now, what we could
it's
do,
only like 3 years old.
if we could, no.
Is it longer than that? 5 years old?
And it was not monitoring outside, it's all
Right.
monitoring inside.
Inside, right,
So
right.
if we might, one thing we could do, if, is, as you know, we have Chris already looking for cameras, both for green box sites, so thank you for showing up and talk about green boxes.
That's just what you want to talk about, wasn't it?
So we have him looking for cameras for that, and also, we've been talking about, once the rec center gets built, what cameras we'll put out there, so,
Mhm.
you know, we could kind of have him include looking for a good solution for out there as
I
part
can
of that.
understand them wanting outside monitoring though. You know, the way people are stealing catalytic converters, and they're down there by themselves. You don't know who's gonna be walking down Christiansburg Pike or something like that. And there's a lot of females that work by themselves, and, you know.
There's some coyotes over there.
Oh, yeah,
The
yeah.
house is very
Oh,
close
yeah.
to there.
There's a lot of coyotes in Floyd. 4 and 2-legged.
And most of them's living between me and Brian.
2-legged or 4-legged? Or are you gonna say? Well, I don't want an unsafe situation. It just seems like now on that parking lot deal, is there any way we could work something out where,
Bundle?
yeah, bundle between
Yeah,
the library and
library.
there for a better total package?
Try, certainly.
Asphalt's even available.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know, I'm just,
Mhm.
So those like contract bids, what are those, asphalt
I
prices?
don't know about the EDA, if they would have to RFP or not.
Well, if we put it as a, we
Yeah,
can
we
do
wanna
it.
yeah. Just
is the innovation
have them pay
center
us
surface
for it.
treated or asphalt?
I couldn't tell you.
I don't know, it seems to me like it's surface. I think
I was-
you're right
I was
there.
thinking it's surface
Yeah, that's
treated,
what I'm thinking.
so that wouldn't be as expensive to repair. I don't
I
think.
don't know.
I'm knowing Ladina, I think that she has at least talked to somebody who does that work
Right,
to get
Of course, the tar is
to
a
get a
per-
ballpark estimate. She and Mark are both very good. at
Tar is a
doing that.
petroleum product, so this will go out
Yeah.
of sight.
Yeah.
sure is.
Well, I'm not saying we don't do it, it's just hard to.
Right, or to swallow. Yeah, so.
That's right.
I was just thinking ideas, we might save a few dollars or whatever, so.
If we're at the end of that one, you'll drop back and see what good news the sheriff's got for us.
Good news.
Just trying to see if Linda got my email.
Yeah, yeah.
We
No, we
did,
did.
and we told them that we had it, but we got it while we were sitting here.
Okay.
So we said, you got new numbers, but they haven't, it's in, oh, you just put it in?
What
Look at
is?
that. So they have it in their folders now, but we
Okay.
haven't
Numbers
examined
are on
it.
our Excel?
I could,
No.
No, it's in
Just
our,
I don't know how it works
Request.
with y'all's agenda, but I could explain it, and if that's kind of what you're looking for, then.
are
Yes,
you watching us
Yeah.
on TV?
let him go ahead and explain it, and that's way when we read it, we'll know what he's talking about.
Yeah, let me go to it. So it's in our, I like to follow along.
Do you want, I think they
Yeah.
want to know where it is.
It's in the constitutional officers.
Right,
Okay.
hold on.
And in the sheriff folder, you
Okay.
should, there'll be 3 documents, his first draft, second draft, and now this one.
3 minutes ago. All right.
Well, you figured it out.
What have y'all got pulled up?
You said
Y'all have
the
a
initial
sheet
draft?
that looks like this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, why can't we
I'm
put
sure
this
it's in
other
there
So there
thing?
should be a sheet
That's what I
like
was getting ready
this,
to
Yeah,
say.
so why
It's
is
there
this
somewhere.
upside down?
and one like this.
Yeah, we got both. Why? She's
Cover
good.
chart.
Huh?
Right, because I didn't alter it because I just uploaded it from his email.
Gotcha.
So that's the way it was sent.
All
So I
right.
can change it.
Hold on one second.
So you just forwarded the email?
No, it's in our constitutional
Okay, good.
office.
That's because, yeah, he sent it, it's
So I go
landscape,
to
so it's
email.
gonna come across when it's scanned.
3 minutes
Let's see,
ago.
Lisa Baker, Missy Keith, I don't
Sheriff?
have, which one are they under? I don't have one from the sheriff.
No,
See how it is?
yeah.
Levi and I are on the correct
Thank
page in
y'all.
our
We
hymn
got
book.
it.
have to go find it.
You want me to do it? All right. Up top, right, out. One more. And then go to constitutional officer, right here. There you go. Spreadsheets,
No, not your email, not your email.
one.
But it's already in your folder.
and that one.
Okay,
Yeah.
Sheriff.
so go back over here
And then go to 4 minutes ago.
and back up.
That's
Joe's with us.
Back up again, or,
You got it, Calinda?
yeah, I'm in Excel.
Yeah, get out, yeah, but you're,
That's fine.
I need to get out of that, go to cloud,
Correct. There you go.
go to cloud. Budget folder.
Now we have to do this.
Then constitutional officer.
hit the spreadsheet.
Now we have to go like this, and then it goes around and
Correct.
around, and then you do
The
one more
constitutional officer
time.
request.
And it goes around.
Then go to sheriff, please. Last one, request breakdown.
Sorry, sir. I'm still laughing.
I'm not laughing.
Hey, they're not laughing.
How much
We were
how much
already
easier
here.
would
Levi
it
and I are
be
paying
to
attention.
do
He's
Shut
laughing
this
at
down.
us, he's laughing with
with
us.
us?
We're
Oh,
just not laughing.
he's laughing, we're just not laughing yet.
I'm internally having a good time.
Yeah. 2 p.m. tomorrow. Ooh, I didn't
Yeah.
put that on my list. Glad they said you reminded
I
me.
wanna see if this thing will work.
I think we need to start playing the lottery
Why?
for this budget.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? Told you about pencil sharpen.
None won't do it anymore. Oh, well.
Just would have told you he had sideways on that one.
Well, some of the stuff they sent, if I pulled my finger in the middle of the screen,
It'd turn it.
then it could say, and you could hit rotate, and it would
Did it?
rotate.
Huh. I'm gonna have to try that.
Yes, if they see it's going like this, that's what.
Yeah, right.
Flip it up, and then hit do not rotate, and then flip it back, and it should be good to go.
I don't know.
For that page.
No, up here. They're trying to get stuff.
Okay. What do you need?
What we need right here is, this in here, we can't lay down on the table and look at it, so.
I tried that, and I couldn't get it to do it like it did.
Why did it
before.
come up?
So then you could look at it like this, but
I don't mind doing that, but what did you do?
I swiped down from
Oh,
like
it
this
did,
corner,
yeah, gotcha, right, right,
and
right.
then this thing right here is the
Yeah, I got it.
rotate button.
Yeah. So don't rotate.
But in theory,
Yeah,
you
that's
could go
fine.
like
We can do
this,
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm fine
and
with
then you
that.
could
Go take a picture of it.
hit there. Oh, sorry.
So, no, yeah, and then just lock it.
And then you could go. You'd have to turn it around, but
yeah, okay, that's,
Now,
that's
I
good.
can turn it
Have the
this way.
opportunity.
Yeah, but it don't,
Just don't wanna
you
become
can't
a
read it
disciple.
all.
yeah,
I know,
I don't know
stayed
who
out as
prepared
long as
that,
I
but I would just
could, and then
recommend for
once
this
you
to
go,
send it
it's
to-
like, whoa.
Put them in the right location.
Well, see, it used to, you know, like I was showing you, I could hold my finger in the middle.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, that's not.
It stopped working.
I used to do it when I changed.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Some of them are that way, some of them are 180 that way.
Yeah, the invoice was, yeah.
We'll talk with everyone so that they can.
Have a loading class. Is that
So
what
now
you would call
your,
it?
now the top is up there,
Oh, okay,
so if you go back, it'll rotate.
oh, okay.
How did you get how did you get yours to turn like it?
You have to turn it to the way you want it to be viewed and
Then
Yeah.
lock it?
then,
Oh, okay.
Should I turn the camera off or are we
Nah.
on a break?
I don't know
No.
what happened.
Okay, got it.
That's all right. That, they need to know that we're in training,
Did the sheriff send that?
just now.
Okay.
Okay. Now, swipe that down. Wherever.
I'll try and look at all
Lock
the
it.
files.
And then when I turn it back, it's turned the way I want it.
For you guys.
Well, now, why won't this go away, sir? Oh, I'm going the wrong way, that's fine. Now it's turned the right way. That one is. Now the other one's sideways.
We'll need to make sure they're all this way.
Oh, when I scan it in?
Yeah, I can rotate them, on their side, so that it'll.
Where'd everybody go?
Some of them are like,
Ju-
okay,
just
this
don't
way,
sweat the small
shows
stuff.
this way on the slide.
That's going in the way the scanner says go in.
Yeah.
People at home is getting a laugh
I
too.
have no idea.
Are you support staff? You here for moral support?
She didn't even know I was here.
Sorry, are you talking to?
Yeah, are you?
No, I mean, I can be entertaining.
Sure, you can sing us a song.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sing you the budget.
Yeah, that's what we need.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, the people at home would probably like that better than they did watching us trying to get these contraptions to work. Where did everybody go?
I don't know where everybody went.
They was afraid we was gonna start pulling our iPads.
Oh, what they do, go to make copies?
All right, Terry, take it away.
All right, you just go ahead with whatever you wanna talk about.
All right, so y'all see it there, right? All right, so, Ms. Cook trying to break down what you had asked about. Hopefully, this is kind of what you're looking for, and actually, when I did this, it kind of makes more sense to me that I probably ought to submit this every year.
There you
with my
go.
budget. So basically, what I did, you see the FY22, FY23. We'll start at the top there. FY22 had, really?
Kind of pointed at you.
The FY22 did have the 100,000 for the body worn cameras. That is no longer needed, so that's why you'll see the negative. But getting through, so I don't know how that fits into what y'all look at, but I don't know if that's what you looked at, so I wanted to make sure it was in there. Of course, you see the radio equipment, kind of the breakdown of that academy that I asked for, the service contracts, which was the CAD RMS going up, but then the civilian pay increase, deputy pay increase, and then deputies going to 42. So that's kind of the breakdown of what I think the legislative body's going to do, where it's at least with the deputy pay increases. And then if you look on this sheet here, what I've included there is the $100 per year of service with those. And some of those will be potentially paid for by the comp board, potentially, is my hopes, but pretty minimal. So this would be, the upper scale on that. And that kind of changed that green highlighted number down there to that 74,393 of county-funded monies that would be needed to do that 5% plus the 100. And then the lower part of this same sheet here, you can see the civilian breakdown. So of course the 6,000 is separate, that's that separate request there. But that 750 would be the step increase that we've done, for our employees. So if we were unable to basically do anything with the civilian side pay increases, we would still need to do that 750. If that makes sense. That's part of that retention program for them. So other than that, then you go down there, and I tried to separate it out to kind of make it the best. The SRO grant, that's the current one that I said is expiring, but potentially it sounds like we are reapplying for it. It sounds like they may be able to help us if we qualify again. So if the grant expires, if you recall, that's that 37,000 that we would need in addition to what the county already puts in to fund that position fully. Does that make sense?
And that's that 10,000 that's in that line item for the SRO, right?
No. No. This is the grant that Matt Shive is on.
Right.
And so it's a cost share grant. So we're already putting money towards it.
Right.
And so if that grant expires, the only instead of needing $60,000 to fund it with benefits and everything, we would only need the additional 37 if we're unable to obtain an extension on the grant.
And then what did you say about that 10,000 that's in the budget item under SRO?
Oh, if we get I'm asking for the 5th SRO, if we get that, then I would drop that funding
down, because I don't need part-time help at that point to satisfy like Willis Indian Valley, schools with a SRO all the time. Because we would have one SRO at every, so that's in addition to the grant.
Right, and that would cut back on your part-time money.
Correct, correct. Would potentially make it almost obsolete needed.
The dispatcher increase, you just said something, a retention program?
Yes, so the deputies have a retention side of at 3 years, 5 years, 10 and 15, a $2,000 increment at those stages.
Okay.
And then dispatchers have a $1,000 retention at those. So the 750 is, I think it was Carly, is she will be
Yeah.
here for the allotted amount of time, and I only need it for, what would that be? 9 months? So that's where the 750 comes from instead of the 1,000.
Gotcha, okay, thank you.
33, 9 months, maybe. If I had a calculator, I could break it back down. Then the 2 dispatch positions, if I was able to hire them in June, looking at the 9,001, there is the potential of even sliding that back. But once again, I'm gonna put it out there again, just think about it for FY '24, having at least the 2 communications folks. And then you see what we were just talking about, Ms. Cookenbook, about the 10,780 dropping down to the 5, which would bring it back. So that's kind of the cost breakdown of the way things are set. If everything was accomplished here, it would be 206,000. And I have not had a chance to email this. I did a cost breakdown of the jail. I did the previous 4 years average and the previous 3 years minus 2021, the COVID year, or 2021, the backside of that, to give kind of something for y'all to gauge on funding for the jail side of it. So, but I have not had a chance to email that. I just brought that up. And y'all may already have those figures. I don't know.
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Yeah,
Do you
you can
recollect
just,
what figure you got?
Yeah, so, and I'll give this to y'all, like I said, and I'll email it. So the average yearly cost from 18 to 21 is $454,714.41. So 454,714.41. So that's 18 through 21. And then 18 through 20, so if you take out the year that they were trying to get everybody out of jail and all that because of COVID, it goes up to 472,92013. 472,92013, and that's pulling it off our invoices
Right.
that we paid the jail. And I'll leave this with you. I'll try to email that to y'all, so.
and Glenda, you can just scratch my previous
Yeah.
request.
That was impressive. We were wondering if we texted each other while you were sitting there.
What's that?
I think you were
About
neighbors.
Jail payments?
No, Linda was like, hey, can you, I'm like, sure, I'll help you out. So it's like,
Oh, nice.
I mean,
Asking you shall.
That's how we roll.
Yeah, call that quick.
Next time I need something, I'm gonna ask you.
anything else on that, or?
Thank you.
All right, sounds great. Y'all continue to have a wonderful day.
Thanks.
Hopefully the sun will come out like they keep saying it's
Yeah,
supposed to.
I don't know. Doesn't look like it.
I may call you after a while, I got a big question.
A B question?
Mhm.
Oh, perfect, I like that. Like budget B or like buzzy B?
Well, buzz and
I
beads.
can handle the buzzy B.
I'm gonna go get our nukes tomorrow, and I'm sort of worried about transferring them tomorrow. It's supposed to be pretty chilly,
Okay.
so I was gonna ask you about that.
You can always put them out on the stand and bring them in at night wait till.
Where do you bring them in?
We'll talk about this.
You can talk about that with Murray.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where does Mary like to have the bees in the house?
Put them in the utility
There you
room
go.
for
Yeah,
overnight.
right.
You just gotta close them up.
Yeah, well,
Yeah. Just gotta close them. Don't forget to close them. Thank y'all.
All right.
See you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Brian. All right.
That's pretty good. I got him started in bees, 3 years ago? Now I go to him
I
for
know,
advice.
he is so into it.
Yeah.
Half the county's going to him. That and snakes. Bees and snakes.
Yeah, you gotta watch
Yeah,
getting in
snake
his
problem
car.
is your man.
You
He
right.
is. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, you didn't know that about Brian, did you? Yeah.
Now, be careful if you ever ride in his car.
Boy, he locked it up with me one time. I said, what we doing? Get out there and move the snake out from the road.
Yeah, he'll move a black snake especially.
He actually paid his way in high school, catching snakes and selling them.
Yeah.
I forgot how many he had in his basement at one time.
Wow. What about copperheads?
Oh, he'll deal with it.
He'd catch
Okay,
anything.
I'll remember that.
He will, he'll do it.
Our house has 3 sheds, old sheds, so I'm waiting to see what happens in summer. None of them are flat to the ground. Like,
I don't know if it still does. There used to be money in catching rattlesnakes up on the buffalo.
Yeah,
Of course, you can't do that now. but-
no. If you have black snakes, that'll take care of all your poisonous snakes. We have not a
Right now,
single
back
poisonous
over.
snake on our farm. We
Let's
have lots of
see.
black snakes.
Here, back to the budget.
Yeah.
This is the
No,
way I go.
yeah, okay.
It's really.
My brain's fried.
That's right, once he set that up, I remember how to get to him.
So,
I might have trouble with some of the other ones.
there you go.
You're not a snake, buddy.
Now restrict.
all right,
So
you
where
ready?
we at?
Okay,
Finished up
we're at
economic
551,
Remember that?
line
I got him
551.
over there.
Nine, do what?
Line 551, Skyline Soil and Water Conservation District.
There you go. 951.
So, now, we're kind of mostly into, as I've been mentioned before, things that are either regional in some manner that we contribute to, or now we're getting into some of the more local
where am I
things,
going?
but these are not, we're not in departments right now. These are outside entities. So, and again, we're back to Ms. Cookenbeck, line 551.
Yeah, I was going to say, I went to 951.
I know,
Thank
sorry.
you. I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm in the blank.
551.
551.
Right below economic
What are you
development.
trying to
Yeah,
decide if
I
I'm
thought that
listening?
wasn't matching up there very good.
Thank you, 551.
I was listening.
So that's a soil and water conservation contribution.
And that's also a formula.
Yes, ma'am. And then now we start getting to the community services programs. So the first one there is the PSA, and there's 2 pieces that are embedded in that. So you'll see from the previous board approval, it was $1,200, and that's essentially to pay, as my understanding, I talked to Andrew about this yesterday to make sure it's the same. That as I understand it, the county pays for our members of the PSA to attend the board meetings. And that's where the $1,200 was before, and it was 26, was what was recommended for just that piece for this year, based on meetings, 2,600. But then we also received a letter from the PSA, requesting a line item in the budget, and that letter asked for between $20,000 and $30,000. The thought is, I did sit down with Mike Miscellany and talk through what this is, and his explanation, which I the 2 of you on the board can certainly correct me, but what he was explaining to me about that request was they feel like they're getting their primary budget more in order, and that's going the right direction, and they're appreciative of the ARPA money to work on known specific projects, but the concern is for kind of the unexpected line break kind of things, there's not really a set of funds available for that. And so the request for $20,000 to $30,000 is to start building a kitty essentially for when things like that break. My understanding is the town has approved $20,000. I put 10 in here, which includes your 2,600. It's up to y'all. My thought was that would get us started to putting something in the budget if that's what you all wanted to start doing. But you all also have written them a check for $978,000 and are holding on ARPA, a substantial amount of ARPA funds to potentially go to them in the future. So that's why I did not recommend the entire amount they asked for. But if you think it's
Are we getting a
important-
raise? Sure.
No, I think the 1,200 wasn't covered.
Yeah.
The 1,200 wasn't covering
Oh, it isn't covering us?
it didn't cover the entire,
Oh, yeah, I guess it didn't, did it? So
So
it's 60 a night times 12, it's
Right.
26, right?
could we put that supervise, the BOS request recommendations to that 2,600 to cover your, rather than the 10?
I think y'all should have a volunteer fund. Take one for the team.
I feel like we have already.
Yeah, it's like we go to two meetings.
Some of the stuff that we've run into and having to sort out.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
I just didn't realize the organization was in the shape it was in.
Right. And
And I can't go too much deeper than
Right.
that.
It just feels like we've given them all this ARPA money. Just,
so,
What they're looking for here is and I've got my supervisor hat on, not my PSA hats. They're looking at a annual contribution to help with operational costs.
right, well, they're,
And I don't recall anything being said about it being explicitly tied just to breaks, but that's one example of how it would be used.
right, well, their request specifically says to stabilize their financial condition, which if they're in a poor financial condition, maybe we need to reevaluate their entire situation.
Well,
We have
Rather
been-
than,
fortunately,
we
rather
have
than
been trying
keeping
to
to-
do that.
right, rather than continuing to throw money at a bad situation, it's a make it or break it kind of financial year.
one of the big problems we worked through finally, and I mean, we did several double-digit increase on rates,
Right, right,
and that was to meet the VRA loan
Right.
requirements.
right, the PSA though serves a very limited portion of our county, and our supervisor budget is the entire county, so it's not really on the onus of the county residents to fund the kitty for the PSA.
51% of the customers in the PSA are outside of the town limits.
Right, but they pay,
In the courthouse and the Little River
right,
District.
but they do pay metered fees and such, right?
Mhm.
So, right,
Which it's industry, business, and not just,
but I'm saying for, like, people like Joe and I live outside of the PSA,
Levi.
right, we live outside of the service area, and you're asking us, the outside of the service area to fund this, so I would like to see that reduced to the 2,600
But
to
then
compensate.
you have Citizens Telephone Cooperative, Hollingsworth and Bose, the school systems, all major employers of our county citizens
Right,
that we have to take into effect to continue, not debating how much, but the idea is that the PSA needs to continue to run. When I got on and when Jerry joined me, it is a world of difference now, that there is a solid board that is finally taking very hard looks at what's going on.
okay,
As he said, I mean, this was something that was gonna take years to turn around.
right,
I almost wonder that maybe, we allow the PSA not to pay us back the loan amount this year,
to put that on hold,
to allow them to utilize that loan payment and
Versus a line item per
versus a
se.
line item this
As
year.
as a deferment or waived?
Waive it and let them utilize the, still comes out of our budget, but they can then turn around and use that money specifically for line breaks.
Or-
Or whatever.
So if I'm at the payment on that, it's still about the total loan is 1.2 million.
Right,
And the payment is $20,000 a year
right,
that they make towards that 1.2 million. And I know that because it shows up in our audit.
right.
And I wondered what it was.
So that would be one thing to do this year as in lieu of them, or us, trying to continue to get the house in order. Which we're trying to do. I mean, I'd go to those meetings for nothing. I mean, I just, there's a part of me that when I'm not gonna speak for Jerry, and they're long meetings, I mean, believe me. But, I mean, I take on the supervisor role in a way that I feel that, it's important for me to do the things that I need to do for this county, and I would do it with or without. It's why I don't take mileage. I'm the kind of person that if I get elected to do a job, or I get appointed to be on a board, I mean, I haven't turned it down when they give me the little thing and it goes in my direct deposit, and I don't even look at it. But, I mean, it's, obviously you're not, you're spending 4 or 5 hours in a meeting sometimes, and, I
Or
mean,
longer.
or longer, and you're out doing stuff in the streets. I mean, sometimes we've been on, holding flashlights while they're digging in holes. I mean, both Jerry and I have been out there doing that,
And I
so.
actually went and got my certification, so I'm legal on that.
Right,
so
right. Did you get the flag, the sign thing?
I hadn't got all that together yet, but I'm licensed through VDOT now.
Right. That's my thought. I mean, I appreciate the town, putting some money in, that's great. That's important. I mean, it really is, since the county has done a lot for the PSA over the years. So those are my thoughts. Do you have any, does it hit anything that you thought of, Jerry, from this point of view?
Oh. I could go along with waiving for 1 year, but, that would allow us to get some things a little more in order before we, jumped in on a line item.
Right.
If that made y'all feel more comfortable.
Would it be prudent to, instead of waiving it entirely, to defer it and just tack that on at the end? So we're
That's
not
what I
just
was
giving
thinking.
them, we just defer payment, not waive it.
And if and we would revisit it if,
Next year,
if
Right.
we had a year where stuff broke a lot, and then maybe.
Right, because then we're not committing to eating that money. We're just deferring payment.
I don't want to loan out a bunch of money and then
No.
not get it back.
Correct.
Well, I agree, and that's why I'm
And that's what
saying
we're
for a
doing.
year.
If we forgive that payment,
Right.
county's out of 20,000.
Correct. So I would be more inclined, I would be inclined to defer payment rather than waive.
What do you think?
Yeah, I'm on the deferment program, but
You behave, right, and then we'll revisit.
well, by deferring that payment, what that does this year, it basically gives us $20,000 for operational
Correct.
expenses
Correct.
without taking.
So it increases, so we're discussing how to show that in the spreadsheet. And I think while we might have to, obviously, asterisk that it's a deferral
Right.
for your budget purposes. that's
We're
a
increasing the
reduction
budget.
That makes a whole, right.
of $20,000, so just want to make sure, so that 10 will go to 20 or 22.6,
It
depending which
becomes an
one.
expense of 20,000 because it's not payment on
So
And
Thank
and it'll show on the revenue side is not.
how did they come up with 2,600? What's your check?
That's your board.
Right? You all voted for it.
No, I didn't vote for it.
It's $30.
Yeah, I come up with $720. That's what we pay out, that's what we get paid.
Yeah, but aren't we paying the people that we appoint as well? That's not just mine and yours.
Okay, that's what we're
Yeah,
doing.
see, we're paying
Brother.
yeah, all of,
Your brother.
yeah, let's see, what have we got? We've got you and I, we've got one appointee and then a joint person.
Right, okay, so that's what it
we're
is.
paying those as well.
That's 4 of us. Right, okay, that's it.
Okay, so what would you
I
like?
think what her suggestion was is to change change it, you can leave the 10,000 request or whatever, but actually change it to where it's 2,600 for that.
Times.
For the BOS request.
No, if I might, it would be
26.
No,
plus the
20,600, right?
So there's only 4 of
so
us?
22,600.
Right.
So you're increasing your expenses effectively by
Right.
$12,000.
Can you make a notation somewhere on this spreadsheet that would be the deferral on the payment, so I don't go
Yeah.
back and have
have a heart attack. So what did we do? It's only asking for 10 to begin with, now we gave them 20.
that is not my style.
So if we only have 4 of us that we're paying,
So put 22,600
Times
in
30.
the Board of Supervisors recommendation?
And then she's already put in the
Right.
deferral language in there.
Thank you.
Okay.
I guess there's other things we're paying.
Well, the thing about it is, whatever you put in that line item for compensation,
Mhm.
if we don't sign the form and turn it in, a check's not cut.
Yeah, right. Right,
She's just saying it's not adding up, what they're
Right.
requesting and what they get.
yeah, we'll take that up with them. I'll get back to you.
For now, you okay with putting an insert to 2,600?
Yeah, I just gotta figure out why.
Plus the deferred 20.
Yeah, I just gotta
Yeah.
figure out why it's 26. I mean, I might be missing somebody or something, I don't know. 'Cause I didn't approve a raise.
That's what it's been ever since I was on it.
Right,
So
exactly.
it would have been back before, I think that, well,
Which one?
doesn't the planning commission,
42% change.
seems like they
I
supposed
get
to.
mileage, it's like $12.
Okay, I was meant, I don't know.
Okay. I was thinking maybe that they've got a per meeting thing too.
It's just mileage.
Yeah.
All right, ready?
Sorry.
No. Well, I figured this one would be a little slower. So, Western Virginia EMS Council, Philip Belcher serves on that currently on the board there. And so we'll go back to a side note on that. But this is one that gets submitted on a regional basis. And it's just kind of continuing. Women's Resource Center, New River Valley. Any questions about that?
They do a lot of good work. Surprised me, they just want to go up $300.
Yeah, they do a lot of good work. Thank you for that.
Then New River Community Action, that is an increase.
Formula?
It's based on the number of people they anticipate serving.
I think I have questions on that one. It's not. So New River, right, New River Community Action, in their request, they said in 2022, they estimated they served 667 people in Floyd County, and their estimate for 2023 is 1,285. That's a huge increase in population served. And because I'm not familiar with this agency, are they a referral service? Do they provide direct services? Because 50% of their money goes to salaries.
I think they're a combination of the two, aren't they?
Yes.
And also, I guess, for me, I wanna know what they were pre-pandemic, because I know they were one of the organizations that was hit hard by the pandemic rules and not,
Right.
So you wanna know what their request was prior to that?
no, I'm talking about their number served
Oh, okay.
Well, they're saying last year it was 667.
during the pandemic.
Last fiscal year,
During
667.
the pandemic.
But they're expecting to serve 1,200 this year.
Well, that's where I was going. What was it prior to the pandemic? Was it anywhere near 1,200, and then they fell off because of
Of the pandemic,
the.
and they didn't have to,
That was,
Right.
and I don't know if you can go back that far and get that number with what you have, but see, that's what makes this year hard and screwy too.
Right.
A lot of these
Right.
agencies,
But we're also hitting major inflation, so
well, you got that too.
you can't just, for the community.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so you're both right, of course, that it is the services they provide are a combination of referrals and then things that people can walk in and request. They're, as you all probably know, I mean, they're kind of your emergency
yep,
emergency funding kind of stop. But when you
Okay.
look at their request, the amount of money that they are planning to expend this year total is actually down quite a bit. But what's happened is our proportion, to Ms. Bechtold's point, is the proportion of clients that are from Floyd as opposed to other counties has gone up substantially. So, for example, under Montgomery County, they're saying in '22, they served 2,356 clients. This year, they anticipate 2,974, which is an increase of 618 people, which ironically is the exact same amount they expect to see increase in Floyd, which for us is almost doubling it, where
Right.
everybody else is a much smaller percentage.
It's just I saw an interesting pattern of increase in potential clients across the, and with that huge salary ratio.
we could ask for a more detailed explanation.
And I think they have a pretty significant line item for miscellaneous. I think that's what it is, called in their request. I can't. It's hard to get
Yeah.
back into that immediate,
I'm here,
into their detailed, that light blue sheet.
yep, I'm here.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
I will add, I think part of the reason their staffing numbers are proportionately high is because a lot of what they do is collect federal funds, match it with other things, and then roll out the services. So there's a fair amount of administrative work
Right.
with that. So I think that's part of the reason, that it's not like some other places are.
Right.
Yeah, miscellaneous
Right.
increased by about $500 to 91.
Is that huge, it's a huge volume, it's a huge amount of money though, isn't it?
Miscellaneous, 90,000, 91,000.
My experience, but in a different state, so take it with a grain of salt, is that some of that miscellaneous has been, like if someone says, I can get this, I have a job offer, but I don't have any way to get there, it's assistance with, okay,
Okay,
those kind of things.
It's
But that
also
again
food.
was in West Virginia,
right.
so it may or may not apply. So I have down that we want to ask them why our number increased 618 people. That
Which would be
seems,
4% of the Floyd County population,
Mhm.
total, for total served.
okay. And then what's some descriptors of maybe what they've used miscellaneous for in the past? Would that be
Yep.
a good answer? Okay. Do you want to, for now, leave that number there until we get answers?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
We can-
code
we
it,
can- Yep,
color it.
Color to go back to. Okay.
it's in my list.
Is that the
Color
other-
area,
The Highlands number, I don't know why that's not there. We forgot about that. What's that? The Highlands number, New River Highlands Resource? That's the one Mr. Booth had the guy send us?
Mm-hmm. Yep,
As an
Line-
intentional.
560, yeah, it's blank.
I don't think we funded it last year.
Mm-mm.
no.
And he did send a request in, which we meant to put in, so let me make sure we get it in
$650, something like
there.
that. It's usually what it was.
Merchants Association is no more.
No.
Yeah, well, look, if I might, so the Merchants Association actually still does exist. I met with Susan.
Okay.
Maybe if you wanted a regular meeting or now, I can explain some of that, I don't know.
Go ahead and explain it to
Okay.
them.
Okay, so, the Merchants and Businessmen's Association is now ironically down to 2 women. I thought that was kind of funny.
Yeah.
And so what they provide for the community, as you know, is the fireworks for July 4th and that associated event, and then the Christmas parade. In terms of dollars, first of all, I'll tell you that she said and then sent a letter that said, we have funded them enough in the past that they're able to move that money forward and cover those things out of existing
year.
funds. So, and I even asked her to send a letter to say, we don't need any money, just so we have it on file.
There we go.
But longer term or midterm maybe is a better point. They are looking at dissolving that organization, to Mr. Booth's point, because it's just down to 2 people. And after they spoke to the chairman, came and talked to me about, would the county be willing to become the umbrella for that, but Susan would still do the work that she's been doing for it. She said candidly, the county's been paying more than 90% of the cost anyway. But so could she kind of cozy up under the county umbrella, continue to do the work she's been doing and run the parade and do the 4th of July, but do it more as an arm of us? We would probably kind of roll that under recreation for it to have a place. And, if they need a little bit of support, Angel will be down there and Jake will be down there to help out. But generally, and I think there had been some conversation before about that. But that's kind of what they're looking to do.
She's been doing that ever since I can remember.
Me too.
And she's always done a really great job, so I think anyway, and being she still wants to work for the county, in some form or fashion, and I think it'd be a good idea.
By putting that under recreation, then we're basically responsible party per se, or before it's been the businessmen's association.
For insurance.
For
Yeah,
insurance,
that's
yeah,
where
that's
I
where I
was
was
going.
going, yeah.
We need to talk to our insurance people and expand the liability part
For
on that.
fireworks and such, yeah.
Because if we're running it through our department.
Yeah, she mentioned something on that, and I can't remember
So-
exactly.
Yes, so she and I talked about that, and she talked to you about it, and so they currently buy a special policy just to cover all of that.
Right.
Mm.
So they already have kind of built into the funding level that they've been
Right.
getting includes that. So yes, we would need to go ahead and add it to our policy.
once we put it underneath the county's umbrella, it becomes a whole different animal.
Right.
So,
It's not like a merchants association sort of thing. I mean, I agree with you, Joe. I think she's done it,
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
just fantastic over the years.
And if she's not actually an employee of the county, then is there an additional liability that we need to cover her for her part of organizing it?
well, we would either that or we would have her sign a waiver, just like we do all of our other volunteers to go clean a trail or whatever. So the other thing I will tell you related to liability, some of you probably remember, years ago, Kevin Sowers was the one that set off the fireworks. And that would be a significant liability, but they have moved away from that and now have, it's just a straight contract, this amount for the company to come in, set off the fireworks, clean up the fireworks and go. So,
So you
and that
don't
made
have
all of that a lot easier.
training, don't have training expense and certification expense and all that.
Right,
That's all.
and I get to keep Kevin whole, so that's good. So that's what
I
that
remember a
is.
time or two they went off on the ground up there.
Thing about it, I was thinking about it, Sheriff, it used to make us stand up on the bank when they was shooting them that way and to make sure nobody else is up there.
Yeah.
So we're expendable, but
That's right.
Replaceable,
But-
replaceable.
All right, if you,
I know which sheriff it was.
yes.
would you like me to move on to Onward?
Yes.
Okay, Onward NRV is our Regional Economic Development Group. And this year, they've actually hired a new executive director, and I think she's doing a really good job. I'm on the executive committee because the jurisdictions that contribute get a seat on the executive committee, in addition to having some other folks on the board. We're in the process of hiring somebody to do a new strategic plan for the region, and I will say our new hire has been very, very receptive to making sure that Floyd is included in all the economic development stuff, because we have some other groups that occasionally forget that we are part of them, but she does a really good job. She's been up to spend some time with us at the Innovation Center. So they work a lot with Ladina and Tabitha, and I've been very pleased. The number there is like many other things, based on a formula, population-based formula. So,
167 less than last year.
Yeah.
so again, like the other ones, since the other counties have, Montgomery County has a higher growth and Pulaski has higher
Right.
growth, our contribution actually goes down a little bit.
That, what you answered my question, that I wanted to make sure that Floyd County was significantly represented
Oh, yeah.
by the actions of Onward NRV, because clearly in their website, there's no Floyd County.
Well, I'll get her.
It just, yeah, I mean, it's very clear, when I look at it, it's very clear that they target the 81 corridor.
Whatever you do with this amount, assuming you still
Right.
fund it, we'll work on that. I will say, one of the things that we have gotten out of that is if you go to the our EDA site, the drone pictures and that is all
Very Floyd.
funded. Yeah, and that's been funded through them.
Okay,
We didn't pay for that, they paid for that.
But in years past, there's been a little question on that one.
yeah, the return on investment.
Yes, yes. My personal opinion is these organizations can be very helpful for you if you're involved, allowed to be involved and engaged.
Right.
And she is, I really like her new hire. You can probably tell.
As long as we have good eyes and ears watching out for us. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're meeting next week, I think, this time next week. Meeting to go through the bids that we've gotten for the RFP. And one of the things that's for strategic planning, and one of the things that's in there is that they have to have a focus group in every county.
Good.
The chamber has asked for $1,500. As you know, the chamber has moved down the street. And in addition to this, the tourism person has a spot in the back. And out of the joint tourism funds, we pay $200 a month rent for Tourism Chamber for that.
Why did they leave?
Might be a sore subject. So I don't know what the genesis was. What has happened is the space that they have been in, and I guess are in the process of vacating, in a very nice space, is now being rented to an expansion of Coco Mia. And so this was the space that was available that they chose. I will say that neither Kayla or I or Andrew were involved in that decision about them. So, but, you know, Chamber potentially has a lot of value. I did deny their request for no permit fee for the building, so if you hear about that, I said no. So they paid their $200.
You're a mean person, that's why.
Back to the pennies. It matters, right?
Level funding.
Okay. Then the literacy volunteers of the New River Valley. If y'all have questions, we can just kind of keep going. That's been something you all have chosen to fund historically.
What's this community health center?
Yeah, that was on my question list.
So that's one that came in through the regional request process. And they are kind of essentially a free clinic, but it's outside of Floyd County as opposed to ours. And so they had requested funding from us because they said they're seeing more people who reside in Floyd County come to their facility.
So is this,
260 of them.
so is this the one, what used to be called the free clinic of the New River Valley?
That's before my time.
Anybody?
I don't know.
Don't we have a health department site?
Uh-huh.
Okay, just want to verify.
And so this is not something that has been supported by the county in the last couple of years, but they said they see more people who work in Christiansburg and come by.
I think
That
we
was
would go
their
back to the 22
explanation.
board approved amount.
So if I
Yeah.
may, if I may, this is, legacy, I think is the term of the day, has been, the free clinic.
That's
This
what I
is the
thought.
one.
They just
Appreciate that.
changed their name. Okay.
Very nice.
So are we keeping, am I
Changed the
keeping that
name.
amount?
Kept it.
I would like to see that amount reverted back to the 22 board-approved amount.
I already said so.
All
You
right.
just gotta find one
That's-
more head shake.
I done seen it, so you,
Shaking hands?
yeah.
Take it out?
So, okay, so we're gonna,
Take yours out too?
no, okay. No, mine's set. This is in. Next is the regional jail payment, which of course we discussed.
And I still got heartburn with that. Not that we're gonna save $115,000, but I have never seen a budget go backwards. You know, never, you know. I mean, with our jail population staying pretty much the same, you know, I just wonder what's going on.
Yeah.
Should we bump that to 4 just in case?
I think
So
they
they're-
bumped it to,
We bumped it up already.
yeah.
Oh, you've already bumped it up from
Yeah.
the,
This is where.
because it
I
says the
spoke to-
request was 375 and your recommendation's 375.
Didn't they come in with something like 330?
This is ours,
I'm sorry?
that's not their.
Didn't they come in with something like 330 or something like that?
Yeah,
Oh, it doesn't have the, I misread that. I'm
so
sorry.
they budgeted, their budget, I actually was able to talk to Tammy, the
Mhm.
CFO. And we went through the daily inmate average of 3336 times 365 to a current per diem. I mean, we went through it, and they have budgeted us at like 348.
Yeah, 348, 854.
Correct.
Wow.
Where are these people going?
340, now, we've spoke about pandemic, change in recent narcotic laws, diversion, all that stuff, that conversation was had. And she actually, when I brought those things up, she goes, were you at our budget meeting? You should have been there, because they discussed all those things. And they have us slotted at 348,854. So,
Good job.
we actually
If you're not
increased
getting
it.
paid for that board, you ought to be.
We
Actually, I do get
increased it to
2750 after.
Just
We'll
for
bump it
having-
up to 28.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. I've seen how much has been spent in the last year or so. You know, new technology and all this stuff, and our kitchen is a mess. Telemarketer again, don't worry about it. That's mine.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I done got 3 telemarketers since I've been here.
And
But
just so I made,
Anyway, we'll go with what they want, but I'm afraid it's gonna come back and bite us.
well, one of the reasons that we went with 375 is, this fiscal year budget, we're on a track to come out to 373,103. By
Okay,
average payments of what we have been paying out.
okay,
So that's why we came up with 375.
makes
It's
sense.
above the 348, and it's on a basis of what we have been paying them over the last fiscal year.
I feel better, but I'm still like you, I still don't know.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, I mean, I think that's yeah, you did the math,
That's
so.
good homework.
Yeah, you did the math homework, so, yeah, let's just, I guess we go with it. And hope it doesn't come back to bite us.
yeah, I guess that's my law enforcement mind kicked in.
But, you know, with the reduced penalties on certain,
They're not spending time there.
they're not spending time there, whether we agree with it or not, is, you know, but they're not spending time there. I don't know,
Okay.
that may come back to bite us.
I'm afraid that 375 will before it's over. but
Yeah, well,
At least it's better than what they requested, so it covers a
yeah,
little of it.
covers a little bit, yeah.
So if I might, line 570, New River Valley Senior Services, that's the other half of the Agency on Aging funding. So it's an organization that has both a nonprofit and a governmental cooperative. So it includes both. And our meetings we do everything the same. We just meet together and have 2 sets of minutes essentially. Then the 4-H Center Scholarship Funds, that's something I gather you all have funded for quite some time.
Yes.
The Floyd Center for the Arts, that's that $4,500 from the Commonwealth that you all match with $4,500, and then you've elected to give that all to the Center for the Arts. I've gone over and Hohen this year helped me write the grant, so that was nice. That doesn't happen usually.
Good.
And so I think they've got some kind of good stuff planned. It was very specific grant as opposed to sometimes before it's just been general support. So brain injury services of Southwest Virginia, that's something you've historically funded.
A little bit.
A little bit. Feeding America Southwest Virginia was a request, but not something that you've funded before.
We felt that Plenty was doing the job,
Great.
just for your own edification, that's why we,
It's easiest to have one resource.
and so we felt that Plenty was doing the job extremely adequately.
Next is NRV Cares, which is Children's Advocacy Center. And
And for Kuenda's edification, that was one thing that Freddie Gerald fought for every year. Yeah.
For plenty.
No, for the children's advocacy.
Yeah. Yep.
Vicki, sorry, we had our own little offline conversation here. So, like I said, NRV Cares, and they had asked for going from 200 to 300, and I put that in my budget. this is my recommendation. That's right.
Yeah.
Friends of Southwest Virginia, which is around the mountain in Crooked Road, they requested $10,000. It has not been something that you all have funded
No.
recently,
No.
and so
Not
I
to
put
that level.
2,000 in. Just as if you
Now,
wanted to
is
do
that,
something.
is that both, or is that just round the mountain?
It's all together.
It's all together now.
It's all together,
All
and I
together
was, when we had our tourism summit, we were all schooled a little bit on the significance of the history of Southwest Virginia tourism, and that there were people who felt very strongly about that we needed to kind of keep together with that as opposed to Floyd, and so I don't know what your opinion is about that, but I will share that with you, so.
Well, I think
I'm not wedded to this, but I thought so.
we don't have a contribution directly to the Crooked Road itself anywhere, do we?
Mm-mm, no, we do not.
It's together.
When me and Lauren first come on, that was a big fight there for a long time, and then they combined everything.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying, that at one point in time, they were separate organizations.
Mhm.
And we stopped contributing to Round the Mountain, but still
Right.
contributed to the
Crooked
Crooked
Road.
Road.
Right.
And
And I
a
believe
lot of
that,
that had to do with a fellow that was, ended up in Abington, that I won't mention his name.
Yeah.
Well, so your current chair of the Crooked Road is in Floyd. So.
right. I feel that Crooked Road is a very
Who is the
thought,
chair?
Dylan, in the country store.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a very important organization, especially to our heritage here.
Yeah, the Crooked Road,
I have a feeling down the road it's gonna be completely absorbed, to be honest with you. I may be wrong.
that it's just gonna be Crooked
Oh.
Road.
So even on their letterhead of request, it's Crooked Road, Friends of Southwest Virginia, and Round the Mountain, one letterhead.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's gonna, yeah. I would say that the 2,000 would probably work.
I can live with it,
Yeah, they asked for 10, like,
Yeah,
simply because of the Crooked Road impact of it.
correct.
It has impacted.
Well, and my thinking
And
to
benefited.
suggest at least a little bit was, because, you know, we're coming out of COVID, so
It's gonna pick
if you,
up.
this might be, if you were gonna pick a year to try to get us elevated, this is probably the better year, if you were only gonna do it 1 year. But it's obviously Bill's choice, and I won't be offended. I do
Well, we
think
got
it'd be
2
a
for
good
2.
investment. There you go. So, wanna move on?
Just keep it on going.
Okay, Blue Ridge Heritage, that's the one. I was
Yes.
confusing them,
Yep.
so my
That's
apologies
Cherry's
about
baby
that.
there.
So, yes, and so.
And you did finally get a request from
I
Steve.
did.
we did. I did not update it, the request is for $5,000.
Right.
We respectfully request Floyd County grant us $5,000 this fiscal.
Which
It
is,
is in, I did update your packet,
okay.
but I did not update the
Gotcha.
county recommendation. I believe I put it on the expenditure, if not, I'll do it right now.
I can give you an update as to where we're at right now. Same place we were a year and a half ago, waiting on VDOT to release the last funds. Our first main project is to put the chimney circle in and start contacting local elementaries for like field trips for the elementary children. And have outdoor events there, explain the history of Rock Castle Gorge, very similar, I don't know if y'all saw the movie or that PBS did.
On the New
Yeah,
River?
Yeah, well, they did one on Rock Castle,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
this
and,
last
and
year.
explained the history
missed
of
that
Rock
one.
Castle. One of our board members is very versed in the history of the American chestnut and its impact on both communities.
Yeah, I helped,
Ralph Lutz,
me and my son helped plant some out there a year
did
when
he?
they did, you know.
Okay. Our problem is, what we're planning to do right now is what we planned a year and a half ago, except VDOT people changed. And when they changed, then you had new people in positions, and one of them's opinion was that I don't want to deal with this. And every time we go to get the final draft of money, well, you need to do this. So we do that. And Kevin Bird's been wonderful. He's worked with us on that. That's one of those, I know right now you don't see a lot of return on your investment, but the potential, I truly believe the potential return is worth the 2,500. But I'll defer to y'all.
I'll go up to 25 because I know some history on that. Got to keep it going if we can, so
What did we do last year?
2,500.
The request is 5.
Although we've always requested 5, hoping, but, realistically, the 2,500, that will help us tremendously. And
So
I
you'd
don't,
like me to place 2,500, is that what I'm understanding?
Oh, no, you haven't gotten a third.
That's why
Haven't
I'm
gotten a third.
asking, that's why I'm putting it out there.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that'd be.
yeah, we got our third.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Next is the Floyd County Tourism Development Council. And so, that's the required amount by law that we have to put in as long as we have the taxes that we do. And then that's also what our MOU with the town for tourism says we'll put in.
What's our tots and, what's our revenues so far from meals tax, tots, and,
You can go on and I'll find
Okay.
it in the meantime.
yeah.
Okay.
Just
That's
so
okay.
I know, yeah,
Sure. Yeah.
so I know where we're at.
Mhm.
I mean, I know it's by, yeah, I get it, but I just wanna know where we're at. If we're ahead of schedule in this kind of a year as we're coming out, then I'll feel pretty good about it.
So, was that meals or nothing? Sorry? Was that meals or occupancy? I remember if that's tied to meals or occupancy.
It's both, isn't
Both.
it? I know it's tots. for
Yeah, it's
certain.
definitely
it's,
transit occupancy
I
tax.
think it's
Yeah.
the transit occupancy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might not be meals,
Need
but I
like
think
a-
we
Yeah, the
threw money
meals-
from
Quick
meals.
call. So
No,
fit it
that was
in
in our
the
capital
Fairfield
fund.
Homes
Yeah,
before I
so-
get back.
Yes, so it's, I believe it's the transient occupancy
Right.
tax. And then, the meals money is pledged to your, you
Right.
all pledged it to the bond.
Right, capital improvements,
projects.
capital
Yeah.
projects.
Right.
And you did get my email about transit, Airbnbs and such.
So we're still at, I think it's 87 Airbnbs in Canada.
Okay.
Really?
So,
Wow.
There's your low-income housing.
Yeah.
well, that's been key to the discussion. That's what happened to low-income housing.
Yes.
Moving on, Children's Trust, at the time I did this, I didn't have anything from them, so I don't know, you all must have more background because you had
Can
funded
you
that in the
look-
past.
To see their service number.
Yeah, I don't have any.
I can go
We still
back.
don't have anything from them.
Hold on. What's my number on them? My line number? All right, so it's 579, just so I know. Now
Yes,
let me go back.
579. I don't
All right,
have
hold on.
I ran my
anything from
thing
them.
off at the
Hold on.
outside agency.
Yeah, I'm good, I'm there.
Yeah.
Get
My
meals.
list isn't complete. Any more?
And what am I looking up? Children's Trust?
Number
Yes.
Children's Trust.
That's not the Children's Advocacy Center?
Nope.
No,
That's
that's a
different.
separate organization.
Did we not get one from them?
No, I didn't see one.
I don't see one either. I don't remember seeing it before either.
Then we'll leave their amount as requested.
Can we do some investigating on that and see?
Just to see.
So do we want to ask
And it
them
may,
to
it
apply?
may, well, no, I'm just just a little investigation on them to
Yeah, find out what's going on.
help me remember what they're doing and what they're,
I
who
mean,
they're
that could be a
servicing.
legacy thing too,
It
although
could-
we
it-
did.
It may be, see, we did 5,000 last
Yeah,
year.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And it may be that, you know, I know some things have gotten bundled up under other umbrellas.
Yeah. I mean, we did 5, 5, 5 and 20, 5 and 21, 5 and 22.
I'm trying to, I wish I could,
Yeah,
I
their
could
websites
recall what
together.
Is it the DSSVirginia.gov, the Family and Children's Trust Fund app, or Trust Fund?
Well, there's also a children's trust in Roanoke. It's somehow tied to child advocacy.
I think it might be. Let me go back. It out.
But to your point, since we didn't get a request and I didn't know much about them, I didn't put it
Yeah.
on the fund.
Do you remember anything about this children's trust?
That's the first time I'd seen it, really.
I can't recall. Well, we gave $5,000 several years in a row, but,
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's Children's Trust. It is the new NRV Children's Advocacy Center.
So we have it
well,
listed
wait a
under
minute,
something else.
they're two different,
Yeah,
75 is children's advocacy.
yeah, so that's, and they asked for 5,000. What do we put for that one? Children's Advocacy?
300.
I remember that for some reason.
Because it says agency's name, New River Children's Advocacy Center, Executive Director, Christina Hatch Ballard, in parentheses, Children's Trust.
Children's Advocacy Center, we did get a request from for $5,000.
Right,
And they say that in fiscal year '22, they served 8 Floyd County residents with an anticipation
Of
serve
10.
of 10,
right,
which is,
increase in 2.
yeah.
or if we break it out differently for a reason.
Well, it may be just kind of historic. It was called one thing and
And you get a request under a different name, and yeah,
Yeah.
I understand how that could
Why
easily
don't you
happen.
check into that?
Yeah, check into that because,
It's like we said, Fred was very much,
well,
No, I was on that other.
I know, but.
Sure.
but it may be the same thing. That,
organization.
that's what we're trying to figure
Right.
out.
Last year, the Children's Trust was budgeted for 5,000.
Right, I saw that.
And then you're 6074, and now we're looking at 6063, is that accurate?
Yeah.
Budgeted for $200. So there was
So
two
they had it
separate.
broke out separately for a reason.
Right.
Correct. So that's, and I know that we went through every single one of
Right.
these.
Can we leave it the way it is? They've got it right now and let them do a little more background on
Research.
it.
Yeah, let's
on
leave
it.
it, yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
yeah, I think that's.
Research it.
The Floyd County Historical Society. I don't think we got a request from them, but you all had funded it and you were pretty clear who they were, what they did, so
Right.
we just continued that.
Base program.
Yeah, the next one is new to your budget. So that's you all, of course, put some money into ACES this year. Not in your budget, but in a mid-year request. So this is and this is what Angie had suggested for this year. Okay. Mountain View Humane Society. This was new. They sent us a letter, and I talked to Kevin, who checked with our Humane Society folks, and they do actually help out on some things that no one else in our county addresses related to some of these animals. So it was, his recommendation is kind of our animal control liaison, that maybe we put a little funding in there. Let's see if the letter's in there. Yeah, their letter's in here. It was surgical stuff. Yeah, they do spay neuter stuff.
Yeah, mobile spay neuter
Yeah.
clinic.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yep. So he felt like we did get something out of that. Fairview Nursing Home, a couple of you have talked to me about this.
Uh-huh.
Candidly, again, didn't know anything about it, so carried it
Well,
forward, but we didn't.
I got a lot of heartburn on that one because
Okay,
I fought for years to get it because we weren't paying nothing.
okay.
And we started funding it at 5,000, and then every year I kept losing my fight, and it kept getting deducted.
May I ask,
Because there was a couple of previous board members plus county administrator, with all due respect, both previous, said that we didn't need to get in nursing homes. Well, this is not a nursing home.
Nope.
You know, and we've got a guy that was walking the street that's a time bomb. He's there, been there, for what, 2 years now?
And he'll be
Something like
there
that.
the rest of
And,
his
yeah.
life.
so
Yeah.
this is more of
Adult care.
a transient home
Right,
care,
yeah.
not a nursing home like Skyline.
No.
No, this is adults.
More independent.
Right.
This is an
Supervised.
umbrella under the New River Community Services.
So we got
Yes.
what over now, 6?
I
Is that what
still,
you said?
well,
We have 4,
no, that was at the time they put them in. I called recently.
okay.
The updated number, we have 6 regular, and also, besides those 6, we have 2 that was released from
Right,
the state
transitioned out.
hospital that are currently there, but they're there only on a temporary basis until they can find another spot for them.
Right.
So we actually have 6. We've increased over last year's.
Is there a name, truly Fairview Nursing Home? That's their business name?
It came across, the information came across as Fairview Home,
Okay.
Yeah, Fairview
Homes.
Homes.
Fairview Home Inc.
Inc.
It's
Yeah,
not
it-
really
I
a
don't-
nursing
Not
home.
nursing.
It's
No.
it's
Right.
never had nursing home in it. That's what caught me off guard.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
You know,
Might want
Yeah.
to change that.
yes.
yeah, drop the nursing part. and
It's just Fairview Homes.
Yep. It's
Okay.
over in Dublin,
Right.
right on
That
the
makes
road.
that just changes the whole.
Yes.
Yeah, whole dynamic of it,
Absolutely.
yes. I hadn't thought of that, but
Right.
I knew what it was, so I didn't.
Yeah,
I,
it says we have 4 people there?
Right, that's what their
But it-
request says.
that's what that's when the request came in, but we now have 6 people
But
there.
I think they base it on an average,
Right.
so yeah.
We have 6 there
Probably.
now.
Housing and assisted living.
And
Correct.
one of them, like Joe said, the one fella, he's gonna be there the rest of his life.
Yeah.
I think for transparency, it's important that when we get our new system, that the line item names truly reflect.
Agreed.
So people don't think, okay, so we're paying Fairview money, but
But not
Skyline.
Skyline.
Skyline, yeah.
So I remember why the 2 years ended up being cut, because they were lean. But I definitely
They
want to,
just cut it.
yeah,
They didn't even bring up the number, because I remember fighting for it.
I think we should at least go back to the
2,500,
2,500
yeah.
at minimum.
Warren and them had a hard time with that. They just didn't want to fund it. And
This is just another branch of truly needed social service.
Yes,
Basically.
this is.
Basically.
Am I changing it to 2,500? Do we have an
Change it to
agreement?
2,500 and remove nursing from the.
I already did that. You
Thank
upgraded.
you.
and next year, we're going to up it again. So I'm still here.
I remember. Renew the Little River cleanup. So, this is the event that is designed to be a regional New River cleanup event.
Or tributaries.
In tributaries, and so, we are kind of included in this effort. The group that manages this regionally always meets on the day that we have board meetings.
Of course.
So that's not, so we're always a little behind. So what this, it's the weekend, maybe last weekend in August, I
Yeah,
believe
it's
is
August
what we picked.
25th.
And so what we're supposed to get out of the regional part is, they're supposed to help us with paying for the bags and some of that kind of stuff and give us T-shirts. The T-shirts has been kind of a fiasco 2 years in a row now. Last year, 2 years ago, apparently they didn't give us the right shirt. Well, Anyway, last year we all got Giles County shirts, so that was kind of them.
Well, that was neat.
Yeah. This year, my understanding, and I was not there this time, but my understanding is that it was several volunteers, but a lot of the volunteers were the scouts. And it's kind of orchestrated, mostly again because we can't participate in the regional meetings, that Daniel has been up from On the Water, has kind of been the lead on doing this. And so he has approached me this year again about that he would like to do this, but he would like the county to continue to run it. I will tell you, it is a tremendous staff effort at an inconvenient time to try to run this. So I would ask that maybe if we continue to participate in this, that perhaps we can allow the scouts to kind of take the lead on this. And we would, if you want to still support it, we would do that. We would do our best to support them, but it's a lot of work for us at a time that doesn't work real well. We do it in coordination with the Chamber's duck race. And so some of the funds also go to pay for lunch for everybody who participates. Before Kayla.
From staff?
No, everybody.
Oh,
Yeah,
some of
we
the
pay
money.
$7 for everybody to have lunch.
Oh, okay.
So that
Out of
gets-
1,000?
Well, no, we go in the hole, we went hugely in the hole on this last year. It just, the money that we are supposedly getting from the regional effort is not, they didn't cover all the bags like they were supposed to. We didn't, anyway. So last year we spent, I think, closer to like $3,000 on this, just to continue it. So because of that experience, you're 2540 that was spent this year. So Kayla, when she was still at the town, and I had talked about maybe trying to do an alternative event that was more town, county focused, but it doesn't clean up the river. We were thinking more about roadside kind of stuff.
But
So it's what
just-
y'all want to do.
Which ultimately ends up in the rivers.
Right.
So that's up to y'all.
But
Especially
don't
down
this
there.
stuff end up in our, to landfill?
Sorry, sir?
Yes,
Don't
it
this
does.
stuff end up to landfill?
Yes,
And then
everything
we gotta
take
pay
it.
for hauling it off and getting rid of it.
That's not included in your 20.
I know it, that's what I mean, that's what I mean.
So is this just an endeavor that
It's something Terry
looks-
came up with.
looks good that ends up just being a complete thorn in our side and costing a lot of money without the benefit that it's intended to do?
No, it does clean up the Little River.
It does clean the
That's
river
good.
apart.
I've
but
been part of it all the years, and it does clean the river. There is no doubt. I mean, we have pulled so much out of the Little River. My problem with it right now is that we have to go to different parts of the Little River. Like, we've been concentrating on one part, which works great, and that gets clean, but we haven't gone up the Little River towards, Moore Road, or
Up
at
towards
Christiansburg Pike, or, up around the bend,
Or you haven't went down.
and we
the
haven't
other
gone
way, the
down
other way.
past, Thunderstruck and to the county line.
Right.
So-
So
On one,
Yeah,
focused on
one section, and that's fine, but that section has been cleaned up now, 4 years
Right.
running.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm
but
saying,
every-
should we try a different endeavor to get more, to be more effective?
Yeah, I mean, I think if the Boy Scouts and such wanna try to do that and expand it,
Or do their, a different,
well, I mean, I don't mind
Right.
cleaning the river.
right,
Yeah.
no, I'm not saying not clean the river, but if they need to break free of the constraints that this
Uh-huh.
might have,
Right,
to support that endeavor to.
yeah, I
to-
like that idea. We can, Floyd's Little River Cleanup. I
A
mean,
lot of that junk that they cleaning up, every year when you have these floods and all,
It just sounds-
everything you cleaned up
Yeah.
gets filled back up
Right.
again.
Right,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying to encourage the Boy Scouts to do some
Yeah,
other
some of
cleanup
those other,
on their own, or
Right.
not, with county support, to,
Right.
to break free of the constraints of the Renew the Little River
Yeah.
Cleanup Day
I
location.
mean, they could go on down river.
Financing.
They're on down river toward the old Rex Nixon place property down, that's about as far as they could go on that side.
right, or go back up. I mean,
Or go up.
up from the Little River
And
Bridge to,
then the other parts of it below that, down toward the bridge, you know, property owners, it's the same difference. You still
Yeah.
have to approach the property owners
Right.
to get permission.
Right.
So would it be prudent to remove the funding from this, but encourage and offer support for other cleanup endeavors of the Little River and the tributaries that are in Floyd County?
Or just name it, you know, I mean, renew the Little River cleanup. You have renamed it, so.
It's not part of that and, yeah.
No, she's
Okay.
renamed, yeah, we
Okay.
renamed it, so. I said, let's try and keep the 1,000, see where it goes this year with the Boy Scouts.
Right.
tried
I
doing
just
that.
didn't know if it was part of that
No, it doesn't have
constraints
to
of
be.
that. Okay.
No, they could do their own thing.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. I'm good with
Money
that.
is there.
Yeah,
Okay,
yep,
And I
Thank
wouldn't be
you.
above. And
Appreciate it, my
if-
special
if-
favor for the day.
If they put something together and present it, I wouldn't be above putting a little more there.
if they need some more.
you know.
This would be great, I mean, this could end up being an Eagle Scout project for a couple of them.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I was thinking of,
Mhm.
removing that group. that-
Yeah, I mean, it was great joining everybody, and that first year it was insanely amazing.
Very productive.
Yeah,
It was amazing what they all pulled out
I
of the
mean,
river
it
too.
was. But I will tell you, Joe, you know, even though we've had all these floods, the little bit that came out of that one section, I was amazed how much we managed to stop stuff. But there are so many tires between like the Little River Bridge on 615 down to one other spot with a property owner. Maybe we could figure out who. You know, just that one area, there's a lot of river in there. It doesn't seem to go very far on.
Well, and you've got the West Fork, the Little
Right,
River
right,
that's
right,
never
right.
been touched.
Nope,
And I
never
know,
been.
I know it's.
And that would be an easy one to do, so yeah,
Yeah.
all right.
All
yeah,
right,
you got-
All
Amazing.
right,
okay.
next.
Yeah, it is.
If we might move on to the drug court, that's when Eddie came and talked about that. And
Hopefully those will be going down with the lack of legislation. People in prison.
You would think, but
Some of these are.
that's more a myth, probably.
that's one of the, that's
As
one of
time
them.
gets tougher, the alcohol and drug abuse will just keep going.
Get going hard.
That's where we need that mental health court. That would help.
Yep,
more
I
than
agree.
anything.
I would love to see a line item for that in there.
One day maybe.
The Humane Society, so all the stray cats in Floyd County are end up with the Humane Society. So that's to help support them, since our animal control doesn't do that.
I'll tell you what my burr was with the request last year. And that was that they're buying more trap cages to catch animals and then turn right around and release them right back at the dumpster site.
They'd neuter them and then turn them back. They'd notch through left ear and turn them right back.
Right back to the same site, and that was why last year that I pushed for the 1,000. I don't know what the, I know it's a problem, and I know it eventually it's gonna have to be addressed, but there should be some other solution than just turn them right back to the site.
I don't know what the proportion is, but I am clear that they foster quite a few of them and try to find them homes.
The ones that was being fed at Buffalo Mountain Road was coming out of Carroll County Humane Society. And they was doing the feeding, capturing them, taking them, having them spayed or neutered, bring them back. You always look for a notch in the left ear. I don't know how many neighbors that had cats that would disappear and come back with notches in the ribs. So, you know, you're catching people's animals. And they'd say, well, you should be more responsible and keep them home. Cats ramble, just like dogs, you know.
People.
Yeah.
But this was the Carroll County one.
Well, I don't know who was catching them, but they was the ones doing the feeding, you know.
Sounds
But
like you need to go
after
cat
an-
farming instead.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
Cat farming.
Well, you know, to me, if you got your hands on them and you trying to rehome them, hang on to them and find them a home. Don't bring them back and turn them back loose, because they just want to grow
It's
more
pretty
cats.
negligent to be
Yeah.
releasing.
I'd be willing to put 1,000 in.
I'm okay with maintaining the 1,000.
Okay. Don't you all?
1,000 at the
Okay.
most, yeah.
Because they do, I mean, I don't mean to come down with it, they do a great job.
Yeah,
But
but
not that great of a job.
Well, I'm biased. I just spent $800 on my daughter, fixing my daughter's cat who is sick, so I'm probably biased. Okay, Plenty, was in here before. But they did not put in a request here, but of course, they were funded through the CARES funds
They
before.
got a lot of money.
And you all actually also put some ARPA money into, Plenty, I think that, yes.
Yeah, I think
So
we
that's
just-
why it's
How
not in
much of
here.
that went to operational costs versus specific capital?
So the ARPA funds, it was for a specific
Yeah,
project.
project,
It
Right.
was for a project, it was not for operations.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the overhang, and then we also gave them all that food and a
And we also.
freezer.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say, we did a freezer.
Yeah, big,
So,
two.
so it wasn't anything operational, it was,
Correct.
Everything was used,
that's
correct.
what I'm saying.
Not that online shopping cart thing.
No,
or any of that,
none of
right?
that. So I have a feeling that Plenty is feeling plenty of goodwill from us this year, and I think that's a responsible thing to do, and we'll just leave their number 587 for now, I guess, because they do good here in the community.
Small Business Development Center, yeah, they did send me something, yeah. So that is the group out of Roanoke that is charged with trying to assist our small businesses as they need assistance with business plan development. And they've been working quite a bit recently with our tourism director, because a lot of our tourist businesses are needing some help to kind of get restarted after COVID. And they've also started putting together, starting to do a monthly newsletter out of the tourism office for tourism business owners, to help them know kind of what's coming up and those kind of things, so they can plan accordingly. And they're gonna be putting an article in there.
So we are getting a return on the
Yes.
investment.
Is this somewhat of a duplicate, though, of Ladina's, the EDA? It's completely
No,
different.
This is a completely different animal. And this comes out of Roanoke, and they really do give a lot of good advice, and I'm really glad to hear that tourism is working with them, because some of our tourism, just some of our stores, let alone tourism businesses.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find what they sent us, and if I can, put it in here. So.
What do our asterisks mean on some of these things again?
So the things with asterisks are things that you had voted to fund last year, but weren't actually utilized last year. So for example, the county fair,
Carryover money.
yeah, carryover money.
Okay.
And that's-
What to do.
And we only did the 100% ones, so.
You mean to tell me?
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
Doop,
Tell
doop,
me.
doop, doop.
That all that hoopla,
I
and all
know.
that stuff, and they never put a request in for the funds.
Which one?
I'm not gonna say.
Which line there?
One of the ones that's got them 3 asterisks.
Oh, okay, I was wondering if that was.
So that's the fair, and then SERCAP, that's related to, some of the work Ladina's been doing.
Yeah, but they're getting they're getting compensated.
I think we talked to Ladina about what we needed to do with this one.
And what did she
Remember?
say? Because they're,
That's a big jump.
and they're being taken care of through the whole program.
I
And,
think she's.
And then,
and they serve 20, their paperwork says they serve 20 people.
Yeah, so this is the one if, regarding,
it's like our CDBG grant.
yeah,
Process
it's part
too.
of that, relationship with regards to supporting key water, wastewater infrastructure housing and community development projects in the community, and asking Floyd County to consider $5,000 in the next budget to support continued efforts in providing water and wastewater infrastructure, housing, and community development services.
But we're already doing that
Wait a
in
minute,
our other,
wait a minute. How are they providing water and wastewater?
Well, it's, I believe that they're.
they can do septic work and
Oh,
stuff. So,
in
but
other words, septic replacement.
right, and that's what they do,
Okay.
but they're on board with us through our CDBG housing rehab projects, and they're
Low to moderate
receiving,
income housing, yes.
right, and they're receiving
Funded
help
through
with
that.
that. And I mean, I think it's nice that they asked us, but,
Thank you, but no, thank you.
I would like to have that line to 0, as it's a duplicate service.
I think so. At this point. And,
I can live with that at the moment, yes.
and what about 588? Are we just,
Leaving it or what?
leaving it? Yeah, I mean, at this point, if we didn't receive anything,
Well, let me double check, because the Small Business Development Center,
no,
that's line 588.
I'm sorry,
589.
589
Oh,
again.
yeah, what are we doing with that?
With the county fair,
Yeah, since they didn't do that last year, their money.
Well, they did do.
They had a
county
fair last
They
year.
did
Yeah,
have
they
the
did have
fair.
a fair.
They just
didn't-
never asked for the money.
Well, they
Evidently.
didn't use the money.
And the 5th they throwed, well, I shouldn't, but I will. The 5th they throwed over not being in the budget to begin with, and then turn around and not.
Not use it,
I
so.
mean, I was one that took the brunt on that one from 2 or 3 different people.
yeah, but wasn't that tied into COVID?
They had,
Yeah, that was.
No, they had it
they
though.
But
had
we
the
had
fair.
it.
I was
They had
there.
the fair.
Yeah.
But they were
So do you
told-
wanna carry it over? Or,
Just highlight it for time.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
not
Okay.
bad. I think that's a good idea, Joe.
Sir Cap. Then the American Legion one?
Sir Cap, I'm getting rid of?
Yeah,
Yes.
we want to keep with that.
I agree with you on that.
Yes.
The
Okay,
American Legion.
can we
Yeah, hold
slow
on.
that and clarify so we make sure your sheet reflects your choices?
Highlight the livestock and county fair and leave it. 0 the next one, and then leave the American Legion.
There we go, thank you, sir.
Well, that's what they wanted. We confused them because we jumped lines and went back.
Yeah, but we'll all understand.
Yeah, but main thing is they understand, because I may not remember that at the
I'm
next
just,
meeting.
I am still just shaking my head, Jerry, over all that, Joe. I mean.
Well, just move on so we can get out
Okay,
of here.
yeah, 'cause we've got a ways to go. So New River Valley Rail, of course, that's what Kevin talked to you all about.
We
And
agreed to do
since that
that.
wasn't done, we
So
just
this
moved
is
it forward.
Carryover funds?
Yep.
Yeah.
The Workforce Investment Area Consortium Board, that's something that the chairman and I serve on, and so that's our workforce board.
Okay.
And they're a good partner for us for Medina and the school. The Virginia War Memorial Foundation, y'all approved that, but I don't know why that never got.
Well,
I
I
guess
don't
we
either,
needed to
because the
send
lady
it.
came and made a big presentation and everything else. And we did have several Floyd County names.
Yeah, we said
associated
$100.
To help with some of the maintenance costs.
Pre-legacy.
Pre-legacy. I have no idea why the check for $100.
Did they put they didn't even request?
I can tell you they have not put a request in since October. I can't,
Maybe we
can't
just
question,
leave it
you know,
this
yeah.
year and
Leave it
leave
blank,
the,
yeah.
leave it blank, and then
Okay.
just let's keep them there. And, yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
All right, that's all of those.
Is that a good place to stop?
yeah.
Yep, that's a good place to stop.
You wanna keep going? Hey,
Like go home stop?
I've sat here, I've sat at one of these tables for 16 hours straight, so,
Yep.
you know,
Well-
it's whatever y'all wanna do.
I just made a phone call and they say, where are you at? And I said, I'm busy, spend your money, be still.
Okay, so if I might stop you all before you adjourn, you might recall that Now, again, this is as requested, but your calendar
It's a request.
would require you all to make a decision about the tax rate, because we would have to advertise. We'd have to send something in on Monday to advertise on Thursday to keep your public hearing on. That's all based on the date that was requested, so they can get the tax bills out. You have gone later in the past, last year.
In particular.
Last year in particular, and it was a little bumpy last year, but
If we held off for a week on that, would it throw them on that big of a, because we meet the 12th, that's the day after it's due. If we can decide something that day and advertise it next week,
Yes, it is.
requested by
I shut
You
my,
can, I'm sorry.
I shut my computer off, turned it back on. Went to the bottom of the page. Should that be the number with our changes? Would that
Oh.
have already?
Well, the challenge is gonna be the new information the sheriff brought is not gonna be entirely reflected in that spreadsheet.
Right. But I'm just looking at what we've done so far. We're 190, 375 in the hole.
That's on the administrators with our recommendations for a little bit more.
Let me check.
Oh, yeah, well, no, on ours was
Wait,
348.
mine was 18,000 good, what are we saying?
Yeah, the county administrator's only 190,000.
I was gonna say, I was 18,000 to the good, what happened here?
I don't know what you did
It says it's 190,000 in the hole.
under hers.
And under ours, it's 359,877.
Uh,
That's what happens.
Oh, I've got 348, 277, so something's not right.
Oh, wait, it's the very bottom, I'm sorry, so mine was, our recommendation was
You on the Excel?
was
Yeah, it's
negative.
18,000, we're 18,000 in the positive, they're 146,000 in the negative.
Where do you see
I got
that?
139, the very bottom.
820,
at
so
the
you're making the
last
same
page.
mistake I made.
Go to 820, so
820.
820.
Hey,
Yeah, at
one.
820, I've got 139, 277.
I've got 149.
Anyway, we're about 150 in the hole.
Administrator recommendations
Yeah,
to the positive.
We're about 1 penny in the hole.
yeah, now, I
And-
think
and
what
our-
the
didn't they-
sheriff brought is gonna push that up a little bit
Oh, yeah.
more.
Well,
Oh, yeah,
what
okay.
I'm saying,
Cause his are, we included, in what we presented, we
Oh, I
included the
forgot
animal
the
control changes, but
Carryover.
not
none
I just
of
don't
the
like-
5% and the $100 a year and all that. That was not included in there. So that'll push that up beyond, to your point, more than 1 penny.
Oh,
And-
beyond.
And I wanna bring up too for everybody else, I was talking with Kim, and in just the time we've come from our reassessment, we previously were saying a penny was 189, we're down to what was it, 166 or 168? Somebody
Oh, it
else,
was 170,
Really?
somebody told me
170, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, why is that?
You're right, 169.
169.
For-
See, it automatically drops from, you got the reassessment, then the next year it automatically starts dropping.
Oh, yeah, well, it didn't happen on my
Yeah.
30-year-old house.
I'm talking about for tax value for us.
Yeah, I get you.
Well, remember, your real estate value is also, how much you get out of it is also your non-improved property.
Right.
So more property that's under conservation or farm use also drives that down. So those
Yeah, but
are the
I've got
policy
a house
choices you
that's
make.
lovely, but it didn't appreciate $60,000. It's 30 years old. Now, they make us think about it, because I'm over here sitting here
Ballpark
trying to find
150.
pennies.
Not 150, not counting the
Nobody can
5%
say I
and
don't
all
pay
that
my
other
pennies.
stuff, right?
$60,000.
Really?
That does conclude it? Oh, okay. So it just doesn't include the
That's what I
latest
do.
sheriff.
I left it last week, I'm gonna make sure I don't this time.
Just wanted to
So-
make sure I was.
So what we doing?
Well, I'll tell you what, listen, I think,
So look, I go, where we at? What are we doing? See,
Well, I was gonna make a motion to adjourn, that's what I was
well,
gonna do.
I think if you want to prepare, I know that they're hard deadlines on Monday, but I think if we make a decision on Tuesday, I probably think we could be in Wednesday's paper if you let them know
This is coming down the
that this is coming down the pipe.
All right, so what I will do is I'll reach out to Michelle and Abby tomorrow, maybe
Ask them.
today. Ask them, when is the latest next week that we can?
Absolutely, yeah.
But tell them it's gonna be the big ad, so they need to
Right.
save space.
Do that before we adjourn,
You want me to try to call them now?
because if they say Monday at 2:00, then we gotta.
You got 4 minutes.
We gotta come up with something now. Or have to make
I'm going to
a
walk
special
away and
meeting.
attempt this call.
What are you thinking?
Well, if we have to have it, we're gonna have to advertise something that I'm not gonna agree with in the end, but,
Something higher than we
yeah.
may land
Because we
at.
have to go high, because
Right.
it comes down.
Yeah, you can always advertise higher, but you can't.
Advertise lower.
Yeah, he knows that from housing.
I was hoping at this point the state would have things straightened out, we would know, and we could advertise a zero increase, but.
Right.
What happens if the state doesn't come up with a budget?
but
Things
luckily-
continue on.
Yeah, we continue on.
Luckily, we don't have to adopt ours until June 31st, or whatever,
June
like say, 30th.
So
Yeah.
we can make a lot of changes.
Mhm.
Yes, you can make them
Down.
downward.
Right, right.
So the weird challenge though, and y'all probably know this already, but just to clarify, is because those tax bills, because of the way we do real estate and personal property, those bills go out and have to be paid by June 5th. And that applies, so that's why the decision has to be made on the rates earlier than you would think, because like the town doesn't have to make their decision until
What we're
later.
advertising now, what we're doing now is just to meet the budget advertising requirement.
Mhm.
Right.
And then we'll have to at some point make and that'll be the next thing we talk to the treasurer and commissioner of revenue, like Joe was pointing out. What is absolutely their last, they can't make up the tickets based on what we say right now.
What's their absolute drop dead and what's their comfortable?
I left her a message. And I'll email her and, I'll email them right now. How's that? Both her and, Michelle Guffey are the contacts that I speak with.
So you
Abby, I left Abby a message.
So Lisa had given, sorry. No, Lisa had given us, in writing, their request that 4/25 would be their drop dead date. I assumed 4/26, because I thought they could eat one day, because it buys you a week if they can eat one day.
Right.
Said I would type stuff in for them if I needed to, but that's what they gave us, so.
426.
Well, see, and of course, the minimum after advertising, if we do a tax rate increase, you have to wait a minimum of 7 days before you vote on the tax increase.
Yes, so that's all reflected in your,
Calendar.
the calendar that let's see. Back up. So if, you- yeah, well, this is, so what I had,
Won't be very
I'm
high.
sorry. Sorry. What I had put on here, of course, today is the 7th. And then the deadline, the normal deadline at least, is noon Monday for the ad with the tax rates of the Floyd Press. And then it runs on the 14th. And you would have, and that would advertise your budget public hearing, which would be on April 19th.
Doesn't have to run twice for the increase.
Mm-mm.
That's where we,
just have to
from now
post
on, when we get on the
in our
first
normal.
meeting, we'll have to stay on point. We just,
This-
Pedal to the metal.
Well, the situation right now is out of our hands.
Right, yeah.
I mean, it really
But
is.
what I mean is get our budget as concrete as we can. And then when they make us their amount, we'll have to come back.
Yeah, we'll just ask them.
But for the big budget, big budget.
Yeah.
How do these counties that already pretty much completed their budget process and they're just waiting on the state, how are they doing that?
Most of them just go ahead and approve whatever's put before them, they don't know everybody. They don't go through it line for line. You know, they just throw out a number and say, all right, that's what we're
The
gonna do.
people expect us to go through it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
That's why we go through it.
We've always.
2 p.m. Monday.
You know, that's what we.
She texted me back.
What'd you say?
Counties that just whatever the county administrator recommends, that's what they go.
And generally, they reflect kind of things continuing as they mostly have with the state. Most of them, I've read through a couple other counties that have finished. And they do usually estimate a little high, you know, recommend a higher tax just in case, because again, you can always put it in your, you know, your capital fund. Or it would be nice to have a little bit more cash balance, candidly. It's a little tight.
150, not counting what the sheriff is presenting.
Yep. And Kim just got a message back, it's 2 p.m. on Monday is the drop dead.
Well, we can restrict ourselves here too. We can put a little cap on ourselves. In what we advertise.
Oh, what we advertise, I think I'm in the chatter.
Oh, no, I was talking about what we advertise.
They haven't adjourned yet. They can't have this meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yep.
I wouldn't advertise over 3 cents and us make it work at minimum. And I'm still looking closer to 0 than I am 3 cents. To be on the safe side.
I'm two.
What's a penny do?
$169.
Mm-hmm.
What does that do to individual household?
Varies. Household to household.
Depends on how much property you own. Depends on how much your house is assessed at. Depends on how much your land is assessed at.
Cars too, right?
Well, that's different, that's
Okay.
different.
We're just talking about real estate.
Okay.
Terry.
Just talking about real estate.
It's just, what Jerry's saying is just a placeholder so we can move forward.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah,
Just
just,
keep the ball rolling.
right,
Keep the ball rolling.
and get it up to us.
We'll just get a few phone calls in between.
There you go.
We need to, if we can get the word out, and when you put it on our website, it needs a little explanation of the bind we're in with the state, that we're not intending, I don't think any of us is intending on doing a 3 cent increase. It's just given our situation, a little explanation would help us on our website.
That'll help you this fall, we put that 3 cent out there and then do 0. So they be wanting you.
So a penny is $169,000.
And see, I don't know for sure what the sheriff's is, but I'm just thinking, if for some reason we weren't able to cut the 190, and then what the sheriff's asking, the 3 cent would cover both of them, if we had to. I'm looking to cut.
That's $500,000.
No, 169, that's.
507,000.
Which would be a little high. I mean, I can live with 2, that's just.
That adds it up to cover what we ran through so far. With the expectation, worst case scenario of 5% across the board.
Which if they split it like 5 and 3, like I think it's going to, then that number comes down.
And then we've already briefly discussed what percentage of all these line items. We went through.
Yeah.
We're probably 60 or 70% full, maybe.
Oh, more, I think.
Oh, no. We went through, we
We all
went through everything.
line 600 or something, right?
No, 4.
Or 5.
what line are we on?
We're 597.
Like, we already, but if I may, we already went through the EMS, unless you wanted to, you know, Kevin presented.
Mhm.
The fire rescue fund is not a, right, okay, so,
We went through solid waste.
and then solid waste. I think the questions that would come up would be the lease we're getting bids on and things of that nature, so we've already discussed that.
Pretty much all. Which we can, if it works out with that backhoe one way or the other, either we get it where we can lease it, or if we use the ARPA money, that's $120,000.
Correct.
Just remember, you guys have, if you wanna spend 120 out of your ARPA money, you gotta tell somebody else no, or less.
For me,
Yeah, he's done got that figured out.
I figured
He's the
that out.
one that's gotta take the heat for it.
I'll take the heat for it.
Okay.
If
Okay.
it needs a difference in the tax increase
Yeah.
and level, I'll take that
I
heat.
mean, it ain't been a whole lot of trimming the fat in there.
There never is really, but.
The other year, we got down arguing over $50, $100. I finally got aggravated, and I said, if you can't cut $1,000, forget it. Yeah. 'Cause we would have been here still arguing over that budget if we had arguing over that. And if anybody's got anything you want to cut, bring it up to you.
Belinda has some questions on the education.
Right, I
budget.
do. When, I mean, I know it's after 4 and I can ask these questions later, but, or I can just go ahead. Because, you know, I love schools, don't get me wrong, kids need to be educated, but our school budget has just been going up and up and up while our school attendance has been dropping. So this is from their website directly, that in fiscal year 2013, the county portion was $3,413 per student, and now they're asking for $5,040 per student. That's an increase of $1,600 and $1,627 per student from the county for the local appropriation. Since fiscal year 2013, our county appropriation has gone up $1.3 million, but our school population has gone down 384 students since fiscal year 2013. In fiscal year 2013, they spent $9,883 per student. For fiscal year 2023, they're asking for over $15,000 per student. So I'd like to maybe spend some time reviewing our local appropriations to the schools.
And also, I would like verification on those, off that page where it says local appropriations. Does is that including the debt service? Because the debt service has, sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down, but is that the amount of increase reflective of or the contribution, does that, the total contribution there listed?
Right. But
Does that include debt service?
Even if the debt service was included in this, their population has gone down significantly, so
I understand.
their overall costs should also be decreasing to reflect the lack of students.
Well, I can tell you from history what they're gonna point out. The decrease in students might not be, like, they may have a classroom that goes from 28 to 24 students. So they still have to have the teacher in that classroom. Now, materials and supplies costs go down.
Right.
But the actual hard cost is still there.
I would beg to differ
Well,
on, I mean, it's up for negotiation.
I'm just telling you what
I
you're
lived through
going on.
Harvard's Gans. I know what can be done to schools successfully.
Right.
So it just, I
I'm
would.
not arguing, I'm
right.
just telling you what's been said in the years
Right.
past.
I'm just, you know me.
I know.
That's the reason they elected you.
That's right. That's right. This is the reason they elected me, to ask these.
Fred and Justin would be proud. Or Fred would be proud and Justin is.
Justin's just going, oh my goodness. We're gonna need extra patrol.
He got his school now, I don't even think he's thinking about this.
Does she want
I
this?
threw out 3, Linda threw out 2.
you want that?
Are you more
Yeah,
comfortable
I'll go
with
make
2?
copies.
Okay, yeah. I'm
More
sorry,
Anybody else
comfortable
want
with
this?
2 instead of 3?
3 million to them?
Oh, advertising. That's what they're waiting on.
If I have to get, say 2 to get it in the paper and then we'll argue later, yeah.
Yeah, I would vote no at
So to
three.
put it in
That's the only
perspective, like if you had a $250,000 tax assessment on your real estate right now, it's $15.75 a year, just in case the community asks us, right? 3 cents higher, $16.50, so it's $75 increase.
Mhm.
If you tax assess to $450,000, you're gonna be having $135.
Right, and that's twice, yeah.
It depends
So we're
on-
talking,
It depends on where you
380
get.
and
yeah,
whatever they're up to,
Is that-
380 and 150.
Now, is that per penny or is that,
That's at 66 cents.
So 3 cent increase.
that's the
3
3
cents.
cent increase?
Yeah, so
Oh,
it's 66 cents.
Well, no, that'd be annual, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean,
Oh.
you
Yeah.
can
Half,
Oh, right, right, right.
$15.75 annual currently at
Currently,
$250.
right.
And then
Gotcha.
right.
$16.50 at the 3
Right.
cents, so $75 increase to the family
Right.
at $250,000
which is groceries.
assessment.
Half of, yeah,
Yeah, I mean, if
If
you're
you're lucky.
elderly and you're welcome.
it's the medicine.
I just had to do the math to see what the heating
You
bill
keep
is.
it rich.
Yeah, the rental one. Yeah, it just, I feel in these really dicey
Yeah.
financial times for our citizens, we need to be so prudent with their money.
Absolutely.
Y'all got anything else?
We ain't made a decision. We gotta authorize them to advertise.
Everybody's talking, we ain't getting nowhere, so, yeah.
Mr.
Is there a
Chairman,
motion?
Yeah.
will you accept a motion?
Yes, I will.
I'll make a motion to authorize staff to advertise a 2 cent increase in the real estate levy and set the public hearing. It'll either pass or it won't. If it don't, we'll back up and start again.
Small meeting, right? I can make a second. I'll take the heat.
All right.
That's just a placeholder for us.
Just to start.
On the motion to authorize staff to advertise the budget as it currently stands, including a 2 cent increase in real estate tax. Make sure I got that all in there. And the public, and to advertise the public hearing as on the timeline required. Mr. Booth?
Can we have a discussion? Repeat what you just said now. Now, that's to advertise the tax increase, but we're not advertising the budget yet, are we?
They
That's
go
what
hand
you-
in hand.
Well, not the entire budget, just the departmental totals.
All right, can you real quickly check? I know you hadn't had a chance, but to see what the sheriff put in, if that's gonna be covered by the 2 cent? Because the sheriff's is not in the budget as we have it right now.
Well, some of it is.
Correct.
Part of it is.
Part of it is.
Do you,
It won't be
Right,
a big
forget it.
increase. It won't be that big increase, but,
If we wanted to totally cover what
I
the
mean,
sheriff
over
had.
what's already in there.
No, it's a whole penny, isn't it?
It is.
His is, yeah, his would equate to a penny. The
More
other-
than what he's already asked for.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I just
That
wanted
took me a minute, I wanted to process it.
okay, so that part's covered.
No, in order to cover the budget, from what I see, we would need, in order to cover the budget requests we have, we would need a 4 cent increase.
Pretty much 3.5 is what I
Yeah.
come up with.
Yeah.
All right, I'm done.
As the budget as
Go on and
presented.
vote on Or
It's a 2 cent.
at the 2 cents, that's what the motion and second
Yeah.
is.
All right, so, back to repeating my motion, just to
I'm
make sure
sorry.
we're clear, that's all right. And to clarify before I call, we'll double check with Steve about making sure we advertise exactly what we need to, nothing more,
And don't
nothing
need to, right.
and don't need to, nothing more, nothing less, if that's all right with y'all. And to advertise the rate, as much of the budget as we are required to, and the notice for public hearing. With a 2 cent increase in real estate tax. Mr. Booth,
Yes,
Mr. Terman,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
excuse me, sorry, Ms. Cookingbrook,
No,
no?
We
All right,
gotta
and
have
Mr.
it,
Fox.
Linda.
that's
You know,
okay, that's
you know,
okay. I still
I
don't have
just-
to not vote yes or no.
Yes.
It's
All
not
right.
an election year.
So
I am aware of that,
Vote of 4 to
Joe.
1,
Thank
we
you.
will
I
advertise
don't
with
always
the 2%.
vote on election year.
Yeah, would you like to take a motion to adjourn?
Yes,
So
to the
this is
12th.
here?
Get out of
I
here.
think I heard Levi made it, and she seconded it, and we all said yes.
Yeah.
I will make a motion to adjourn.
To our next budget meeting,
Yeah.
which is going to be Tuesday.
August the 12th.
August,
April the
April.
12th.
Well, no, it was
you
our
really
regular
want to,
meeting.
no,
If
it's
I
a
might-
regular
With
meeting.
our regular meeting at 8:30, our budget meeting at 11.
Yes, you have, sorry to hold you up a little bit, but yes, so
If
our
we can
regular
make it out,
meeting
then.
is at 8:30. You have several items on your agenda.
May go long.
Including, so I will send you guys a summary of what I think were the major discussion
May
things.
go long.
And so you can gauge it, but just to let you know, with everything, it could be a little bit longer than a normal day meeting, unless
Maybe
y'all
that
agree
day
with
we
something.
order in
That's up
lunch
to
and
you.
keep on working.
I think that's a good idea,
Yeah,
Joe.
that'd be a good idea.
What, that day, possibly ordering
Ordering
lunch to
lunch.
keep on.
Have lunch, and we just work right here through it.
All right.
Yep.
'Cause we gotta get her done.
I'll do my best to keep you going without being disrespectful, so if I step on
I'll just
anybody's
start
toes.
tapping my watch.
Well,
There you
see,
go. There
see,
you go.
Joe.
now that you know the situation we in, and you know us, you can anticipate what questions we're gonna have, and you'll have answers ready.
Well, I think we tried that fairly well so far.
Well, didn't we throw that for a loop?
No, y'all do great. Y'all do great.
Yeah, we're
You
adjourned.
do. Yeah, you can shut that.